Okay. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Uh, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather today. So if my voice sounds weird, so that's that's why. I'm a little bit sick. So and we'll see how it goes, but if my throat doesn't feel too great after like 3 hours of talking, excuse me for that. Anyway, um I think there's really no point in waiting, and we should just begin, I guess. So, let me bring you up to speed real quick. Uh, well, now we're at our second route in Everlasting Summer. So we've finished Alice's route, which is like a tsundere kinda I don't really like you and I'm gonna punch you kinda route. Um, Today we're starting a new route, and by your vote, by your vote, uh, we've decided to actually play Miku's route. Hold on, let me. That's not it. Also, I froze. Okay. Hold on. Let me change my battery real quick. Um, Hold on. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean that. Okay. Now it should be fine. Great. Once again, there's a disclaimer telling us that it is all right to to goon over these girls. They are all 18 years of age. So yeah, we're good. Anyway, let's begin our second route, which is Miku's route. Okay, that's funny. Um, Give me a second. We're doing a bit of a renovation in the apartment, so I don't have a desk right now. So I kind of had to set up at, at my wife's desk, which is not the greatest thing. Okay. Okay, we are ready. Let's play the new Miku route. Okay, so we're gonna skip everything that we've seen already. And if you're interested in the prologue and everything else, refer to the previous streams. So to get to everything that we need to get to, we'll just skip everything that we've seen. So for this one, we actually want to reply no. I'm not sure how it affects the characters themselves, but it's kind of how it is. Okay, so we're jumping straight to day 1. Um, so we've just had a little bit of an accident. Well, we jumped straight. Um, well, we went to a what should I call it? Alumni meeting. Sat on a bus. It brought us right through this right. Oh, come on, right to this camp, and we don't know why. We don't know how it happened. We don't know why we are suddenly in the Soviet Union. Doesn't really matter what we say here. Let's just be polite and reply. We're introduced to all the characters. Oh, and to the half-naked Slavia. That's pretty much the entirety of day 1. So here we're gonna ask. We're gonna answer. We're gonna answer yes. Run after him. Because we A didn't see that, and B because we want to set up for the Lena ending after we do this one. And so, electronic called Dvachevskaya Dvach, which is not very polite. So she's mad at him, but also at us because we were with him. And if we do nothing, she just runs past us. And if we ran with him, she maybe thinks that we are an accomplice. Let's see what. I decided that I had no wish to come across this aggressive Alisa girl again and dotted after electronic. Running to the square, I lost sight of him. But Dvachevskaya wasn't chasing me either. However, I really should not risk calling her that, even in my mind. After catching my breath, I wonder why I had reacted like that. Alright, she is a girl, an aggressive one, but why run away? Failing to find a good answer, I sat down on a bench and stared at the monument of Genda. To Genda, okay. Looks like I'll have to kill time alone, waiting for dinner. I decided to go east. At least in the direction where east would be in my world. Okay. More stuff happening. So let's just take the cat. Let's just attempt to take it. Just to set up some points with everyone. Now we have our first event with Slavia, and this is another one of those confusing points where you don't really understand how you're supposed to get that. But if we take the keys, we are one step closer to the Miku ending. So we'll take the keys. Okay, then we have a little bit of a little bit of a moment with Alisa. Oh, not Alisa, but Lena. So if you want to set her ending after that, let's praise the book. Okay. Now we're straight to the second day. Let's skip everything that we can. And now we just go and explore everything. I don't think that we did anything with Uliana last time because she's available only for the first 2 choices, and I don't remember if I went to the kitchen dining hall first. Well, anyway, let's do that. Let's see. Oh no, we did that. Okay, never mind. Okay. The infirmary. Okay, we'll skip the infirmary. I don't really care that much. uh, and everything else. Clubhouse, these schmucks, and the music club. So we're not gonna skip music club because this is the first time when we meet Miko. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here: drums, guitars, even a piano. I spent some time looking closely at every instrument, waiting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly I heard a crawling sound coming from underneath the piano. A girl. Seems like she was looking for something. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Excuse me? Ah! Okay, that's the wrong voice. I'm sorry. Ah, who's there? Uh, she tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Ouch! She struggled out. Sorry I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Yes? My name is Miku. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me that it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building, well, it wasn't him who was building, he's an engineer, and he was working on a nuclear power plant there, or a dam, or a bridge, whatever. She was talking so fast she swallowed half the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Simeon. Great! Want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us. But it will be two of us then. Do you play anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords, but then I forgot all about it, since I quit everything that required more than a couple of hours to learn. I wasn't planning to do anything like that, really. Oh, it's okay, I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example? How about a violin? I know it all, honestly. There was no point in arguing with the orchestra girl since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure, give it to me. Be sure to come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs, or maybe if you're not into that, something more contemporary. Sure. Thanks. Gotta go now. Of course. Come anytime. I will. I will come anytime now. The end of her sentence stayed inside. It might be nice to hang around with a guitar in the evening, but in such company, I turned to leave and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? The checklist? Got it signed? Yes. Then move it. Alisa went inside and I hurried to leave the place. Okay, so that's pretty much it for now. Now the second choice that we have is to go alone for the cards. I'll go get them. Fine, they're in my cabin, in the desk drawer. So previously we went with Slavia. Now we go alone, and this somehow triggers as one of the key choices for the Miku ending. I don't get how it works, but this is how it works. Fine, they're in my cabin, in the desk drawer. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's place. Why did I agree anyway? Then again, what choice did I have? There's nothing to do here at night. At least I'll have some fun. But my mind kept nagging me about this not being a good time for having fun. On the other hand, if there actually exists a camp with pioneers, then it must be someone's doing. And even if it's not true, then the most logical thing is to seek answers here, not in the forests or fields. But at this very moment, the answer is going to play cards. I opened the door with my own key and went inside. To my surprise, there were no cards inside. Instead, it was full of cups, forks and knives, plates, scotch tape, scissors, rubber gloves, a piece of rope, few plastic bags, pencils, and few broken pens. Everything except the playing cards. Excuse me. Maybe I should look in the closet? It was so it was full of Olga Dmitrievna's clothes, but a small drawer with a keyhole at the top caught my eye. I pulled, but it didn't open. I wonder if she's hiding something. Forcing it to open wasn't the best idea, even if the cards weren't there. I was just turning to leave as I remembered something. Slavia forgot her keys yesterday. They're here. What if. For a moment I hesitated, but then approached the closet and started picking a key for the lock. Of course, it would be strange to expect a result. Indeed, why would Slavia carry a key to Olga Dmitrievna's personal chest? But to my surprise, another key slid into the lock and turned a few times without a problem. Wow. Suddenly, the door squeaked behind me. I jumped and turned around, but there was nobody in the cabin. Was it the wind? Carefully, I looked outside. Not a single person in sight. Perhaps it was nothing, but I still felt uneasy. I even looked in the bushes by the cabin, but then decided to go back and seek out all the dark secrets of our chief. Simeon, what's taking you so long? Yes, with shaking hands, I turned the key and jerked it out of the lock. Slavia came closer. Ah, my keys. I thought I'd lost them. Where did you find them? They were in the bushes outside. Found them just now. Thank God I managed to close it before she saw. Shall we go? Oh, it's Simeon. Shall we go? I wanted to get out of I wanted to get out as fast as possible and preferably forget about my attempt to violate someone's privacy. Excuse me, I'm just not in the best shape today. When I got back, Olga Dmitrievna informed me. Sorry, I remembered that cards were in Slavia's cabin. She fetched them while you were looking. I looked at Slavia. She meekly smiled. Come on, you guys, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa. Okay, just a second. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, so that was nothing. Um, I thought we had a delivery. We're expecting like new furniture. Okay, let's skip to the choice. So this is when Alisa proposes a bet with her. So basically, there's the game of cards that will happen like right now. And if we lose, she's gonna tell everyone that we assaulted her, which is not true. She just loves making shit up. Uh, And if we win, then nothing. She doesn't tell anyone, which is stupid. And this is one of the choices that uh, lets us choose who to basically romance between Alisa and Lena. So we've already done Alisa, so let's do not bet with her. No, I'm not going to participate in your shady business. Sorry about that. You wuss. She shrugged and went up the stairs. Before she went inside, she flung at me. Prepare to face the consequences. Consequences? What if I made the wrong decision? After all, she can really complicate things for me here. On the other hand, I just couldn't allow myself to be pulled into something so reckless. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. Okay, so they explained the rules. A few seconds ago, I thought I still had a slim chance to avoid this tournament, but then I wouldn't have to fear Alice's revenge for not betting with her. But now that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence. Except that I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. Acquainted. While there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room, I was seized by anxiety. Okay, now it's just. Now we bring Zhenya. Um, let's skip the tutorial. We know the rules. Okay. Oh, we don't even have to play anything. We just can choose whatever outcome we want. Well, because we won against the Elisa. Against Elisa, not the Elisa. She's not okay. Let's skip the tournament and lose to Lena to set up the to set up the ending with her. Okay. It's still frustrating to lose anyway. And then we save right here. This will be our save for later when we decide to go for Lena's ending. Actually, you know what? You know what? It doesn't really matter what we do right now. We can just we can just do everything that we want to do with Lena, and then on day 4, make a choice to go with the Miku route. Okay, that works. We can do Lena after Miku then pretty easily. Great. Okay. Okay. So right now we'll have a little event with Lena. I love the canteen. It was still too early to sleep, and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? Let's go to the sports field. Where's the sports field? This, right? Yeah. I wanted to get away. How could I ever lose in the first round? There was no excuse for me. The sports ground seemed to be the best place to go to be alone at the moment. Who would think about playing soccer in the evening? I sat down on the bench near the pitch and started to think about what just happened. Suddenly, from the volleyball field side, I started hearing sounds that seemed to me like sounds of rasping or whistling. Turning, I saw someone desperately swinging his hand. Who is he gesturing to? To my astonishment, it was Lena. She was throwing the shuttlecock. What the fuck? Shuttlecock? Is that a fucking word for the badminton like thingy? Damn, shuttlecock. Wow. She was throwing the shuttlecock up in the air and attempted to strike it with the racket. However, to be really, really honest, she sucked at badminton. I was just watching for a while, but then decided to go up to her. I went around the volleyball court and got inside so that she could see me. Lena was timid, as timid as a deer, so I'd rather not repeat previous mistakes. Hi, she glanced at me and immediately hid her racket and the shuttlecock behind her back. So, you like badminton? Not really. I see you're not really getting it. Maybe you want some help? To tell the truth, I was not very good at badminton, but just like any other child, I used to play it from time to time. Let me show you. Thank you. She blushed. I want to join the badminton team, but I don't see it happening really. I wouldn't even try today, but she looked up at me. I never have any luck at cards, but seemed like I was on fire today, so I thought it could be the same with badminton. After these words, I realized that losing to Lena is doubly upsetting. I would never think of you as being so keen on sports. She blushed again. Oh, excuse me. Come on, let me show you. I took the racket, threw the shuttlecock up in the air, and struck it with such strength that it flew over the fence and got lost among the trees. I'm sorry. Wow, I didn't expect that from myself. Never mind. Although, it was the last one. The last one? Let's go and get it then. We'd better not. There is, in the forest. What's in there? A goblin? Gobbling these nuts? I laughed out loud. Maybe. It seems like I was the only one joking around. Excuse me. There's no one there to be afraid of. Come on. Well, if you are with me. Okay, hold on. I need to blow my nose real quick. Excuse me. Okay. We went out of the sports ground and I started to inspect the trees. All of a sudden, the screech of an owl pierced the night. Lena got so scared that she seized me with both hands, giving me something like a hug. Okay, that's an interesting image. Right here. The owl looks kind of funny. The strong grip was a bit awkward. To feel a girl's body and it swam so close to me. Okay. I was filled with tenderness. I had a deep desire to protect her and to guard her from anyone, even if it's only an owl or another night bird. My only wish was to let this embrace last forever. However, All good things must come to an end sooner or later. After after a while, I realized that it was an owlet who was screeching on a branch next to us. It was holding our shuttlecock tightly. Oh, really? Is that what you were so scared of? Uh huh. Take a look. It isn't scary at all. Lena looked out from behind my back. "Uh, you're right. Not scary at all." Hey, wait a second. I gently got out of her hug and came closer to the owlet. At first, it seemed that I'd get frightened and fly away, dropping the shuttlecock. Shuttlecock, I'm sorry. What a weird word, huh? But the owlet was still perching there. I succeeded in grasping the shuttlecock and carefully taking it from the bird. Hey, look, it's almost tame. Would you like to pet it? Maybe some other time? I handed the shuttlecock to Lena. Thank you. She smiled gently. I have to go. Good luck at badminton. Lena smiled again and hurried away to the camp. How sweet can a girl get? Hmm. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrievna must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped, and laid on the bed. When I think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I've spent whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or there are only a few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long while, I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired, psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to shove off, starting with my own thoughts. I wanted this mess somehow resolved by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it is better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Okay. So we're now on day 3. Let's get a few more points with Lena, and then we'll do everything else and jump straight to the Miku ending. Okay, let me see. Okay, everything is good. Wow, no tech issues today. That's nice. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let's skip ahead. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry, but I promised Lena so that we will have a breakfast with her and not with Zhenya. Uh, and we will help Lena tonight. Yep. Okay. Nice. Okay, that's ominous. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay. Nice. That's how a true pioneer should answer. Even after these words, I barely came a step closer to be prepared, always prepared motto. To the be prepared, always prepared motto. Then you can go. I looked at Lena, who was still staring at the ground. So we were asked to help her by the camp nurse. We don't really know what's with what. But last time we said no, and this led us on a path uh, to Alisa's route. So this is basically, yeah, this is where we divert to Lena's route. I looked at Lena, who was still staring at the ground. I guess all the time she spent staring at the ground was enough to learn everything there is to know about the life and habits of different insects. Plus, Lena likes to read, so she probably read many biological, botanical, and so on books. So on books. Sorry. Perhaps she wants to become an entomologist. Where will you head next? Lena's words drew me away from the obscure thoughts. We'd been standing at the square for some time, and my speculations about bugs' lives were only an attempt to escape this awkward situation. Though, why did they see it as awkward? Just don't forget, alright? Don't forget what? Well, tonight, after dinner, at the infirmary. Her face got a slightly grumpy look to it. No way, that's impossible. Alright, alright. Right after dinner, I'm at your service. I thought too late. At my words, Lena blushed even harder. I need to find a way to ease this situation. Why did the nurse ask you to do it? I don't know. I was just sitting on a bench and reading a book when she came, and it's smart to ask a reliable person who would never say no. Okay. Well then, after dinner. Okay. I'll be off then. Yeah, sure. She walked off somewhere beside the clubs, and I just stood at the square for some time. So, what's next? I decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. I don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. Okay, let's spend. Let's just nah. Let's just skip. We've already did that. Whoever that is, what's the big deal? I have better things to do. I came back to the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna was lying lazily on her bed and reading a book. Oh, Simeon, what are you doing here? That's what I could ask her too. I've forgotten something, so I came back. You were absent at the lineup. Oh, yeah, I apologize. Alright. Nevertheless, you should do something useful today. Just as I planned. But I have my own vision of what useful means. Like, you could go to the square to help with the cleaning. Slava is in charge there. Strange, I'd just been there and hadn't seen anyone. Or you could visit the boys at the electronics club. They asked me for a hand. Those fathers of invention again. Finally, you could help at the sports club. What are they up to? They're renewing the pitch, fixing the benches, changing the goal nets, and so on. Honestly, None of those options suited me. Why is she always trying to burden me with work? Seriously, except for Slavia, no one ever works here, while some people in particular are enjoying their free time with a youthful spirit. Every one of the leader's attempts to keep me busy seems to serve only one purpose: to prevent me from finding out my current location. Really, all the deep and vital questions concerning my existence are swept away by a broom, together with all the rubbish and litter. In my case, taking some time to work would probably pay off, but just like like someone suffering gangrene and rejecting an amputation, I will stand by my beliefs. You know, I already had my own arrangements. Oh, really? What kind of arrangements? She bucked up. Well, I can't just tell her that I'm really what I'm really thinking about. On the other hand, why not? No, it's too dangerous. At least now I maintain a fragile balance and nothing is threatening me. Everything seems that way, at least. Just as I thought. What exactly she thought remains secret. You probably have not yet realized how important it is to participate in social life. This is the only way to become a pioneer capable of being a role model. I didn't want to sit through another long lecture, so I decided to accept one of the offers. Sometimes the answers in this world can be found in the most unexpected places. Or at least so I wanted to believe. So, should I choose for you? The leader's voice turned authoritative. I can do it myself, thank you. I mumbled and left the cabin. I'd rather help Slav, I'd rather assist the guys with the giant robot engineering. Final help the sports club. Um, I don't know. Let's just fucking. Nah, nah. Mm-mm-mm. I don't want to do a fucking thing. Let's just help the guys. Hopefully they have I don't know, a new CG that we can add to our collection. Well, they might not be so giant after all. That was surely a hard decision to make. Indeed, is there any reason to spend extra time with weird chaps fond of early to mid 20th century sci fi? But what if I manage to find out something useful from them? At least I can try. Standing on the threshold of the clubhouse, I hesitated for a while. Finally, all my doubts were swept aside. I opened the door and went in. Excuse me. Well, the good news is that you're definitely getting a waifu wash on this Monday, since I'll be on medical leave. Uh, Electronic and Shurik were bending over the table, studying something closely. Hi there, cyberneticists. How's it going? I was itching to behave as friendly as I could. Hi, we were waiting for you. So, how did I know you were going to say that? Electronic obviously intended to be called the Oracle. So, what do you need? You'll help us complete the robot? No way. That's out of my league. Don't worry, we'll show you around. The more you hate me, the more you'll learn. I'm a hard man. But I am fair. Electronic joined in cheerfully. Cheerfully. I'm sorry. There's more to life than fun and games, dudes. there's a topic to discuss. I've got a question, and you seem to have an answer. What's the question? He inquired guardedly. Do you think it is possible to travel in time? Why would you think such a thing? Electronic suddenly became serious. It's not only my idea. I took a book from the library yesterday, The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. You must have read it. So well, I'm thinking it over. Oh. Wanna leap to the future? See how life is there? Nah, not really. I'm more interested in traveling back in time. So why is that? I don't know. Why not? Well, and what do you think about it? General relativity theory postulates the existence of wormholes, also known as tunnels in space. But you wouldn't understand it all anyway. I bet I won't. Anyway, in any such a supposition, we'll encounter a whole bunch of paradoxes. For example, if you travel to the past and kill yourself, then it would mean that you from the present won't be able to exist. Well, it seems so. In a nutshell, it's all too unscientific. I see, but what if I would be but what if it would be possible? I mean, do I need some kind of a machine, a device, or a program to get to the past? Or is it enough just to fall asleep in a wrong place and wake up in another time and reality? I'm sure that modern science has no answer for your question yet. Oh, yeah. He sounds just like Popular Mechanics magazine. I've seen a couple of issues lying around my shelves too. I see. It appears that coming here was a bad idea. However, if we assume that known laws of physics are incorrect, or alternatively, the laws themselves are correct, but we don't know everything about them, then it's definitely possible. Okay. Or it could be somebody, for example, a more advanced race than humans that possesses superior knowledge of the nature of things. Okay. They could build a time machine or travel through time by some other means. Okay. So that means that I was thrown into the past by humanity's big brothers. An interesting idea. And it seems reasonable if you think about it. And how would one find these, the ones you've been talking about, if you're already in the past? How on earth would we know? They both laughed loudly. Well, thanks, guys. I was about to leave. Hey, hang on, what about our robot? I'm sure that everything will be just fine with it. Okay. The junior cyberneticist's arguments were quite logical, but alas, I wasn't an inch closer to solving the mystery of my arrival in this world. I strolled around the camp for some time and then headed to the canteen. Okay, so I think this is when we could just skip and then oh come on. Are we hold on. I'm trying to see if I fucked up. Uh, okay. Mm, I don't know. Let's stay up. Let's just. You know, just in the interest of time, let's skip everything. We'll get an event. Um, Okay, good. In the interest of time, let's move on. Well, I have to go. In a couple of minutes, I was standing at the square. The loudspeakers and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. A typical country ball. A lot of pioneers were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on a bench and waited. I don't have to dance after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Hey there, sad face. Uliana. Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance. It's way too early. There isn't even any music yet. Blah, you're so boring. Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such an event. She ran away. So, Liana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Wow. Hi, Slavim. Hey. She sat down by my side. How's the evening? Fine. Why are you so sad? I'm not. Okay. Well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I won't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Then I came closer. Oh, hi, you're here too. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay. Um, gonna light this party up? The joke fell flat. Hmm. Liana blushed and looked down. Well, maybe that's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Again, I guess I'll. Yeah. She left. Hmm. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. Okay, let me save this thing real quick. What? Yeah, I guess. What was that? It looks like the whole camp was at the square. The pioneers formed large groups, talked, joked around, and laughed. At the DJ's panel, Uliana argued loudly with Olga Dmitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I didn't know the band or the song, but if you asked me, I really I felt that I tagged Soviet pop classics. Excuse me. The pioneers just stood there for some time, as if not hearing the music. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you're pretty sure that you'll be the one who would take it. Liana seemed to not grasp the simple truth. She reached to the center of the square with a few bounds and cried out loud. What are you standing around for? And started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. He couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. Hey, Simeon. I pretended I couldn't hear her. Stop pretending, come over here. I kept ignoring her. The pioneers slowly realized that they weren't too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked rather silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arms and legs to the beat of long forgotten hits? Come on, get real. Of course, I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. Hey, Simeon, what are you sitting here for? Don't you want to dance? I was so deep in thought that I hadn't even noticed Slavia. Not really. Are you sure? She smiled. Maybe later.
Damn, what am I even doing here?
One more invitation to dance would completely ruin my pride. I started to think about an appropriate excuse to leave and was looking for the moment to do so, but then I saw Lena. She was slowly heading my way. Maybe we should go? Uh, where to? I was so immersed in my thoughts that I didn't really get what she meant. To the infirmary. But if you want to stay here and dance. I doubt she was going to dance. Lena had stood aside the whole evening. No, I'll pass. Let's go. At least I won't have to stand here like a shy nerd. Seriously, trying to conceal myself in the corner wasn't very pleasant. A ball in a china shop would be more agile than me on the dance floor. I don't have a slightest intention of dancing in the first place. Excuse me once again. Well, shall we go to the infirmary? Lena brought me out from my thoughts. I've been just standing near the canteen for some time. Yeah, sure. Thank you. What for? She looked at me in surprise. Well, for getting me out of here. I shouldn't have told her that dancing is not my thing. It's, you know, so boring there. Seems to me you don't like dancing. There was not a trace of sarcasm in her truthful, even childlike face. Seems like she really doesn't understand. Yes, don't like it at all. I'm not into it. Me too. No one ever invites me to dance. Lena blushed and stared at the ground as usual. Strange. What's strange? Well, that no one ever invites you. You think so? Again, she looked at me with an expression of surprise and a lack of understanding. I got confused and couldn't find what to say in return right away. Yeah, certainly. If I liked dancing, I would have invited you for sure. Thanks. We didn't say a word for the rest of the way. Lena obviously felt too confused by my awkward compliment, and I just didn't know what topic to choose for a conversation. It was completely dark by that time, and the gloomy building of the infirmary, covered in the night mist, looked strongly like a haunted house. I felt a strong desire to turn around and walk away without making a noise. I threw a quick glance at Liana and noticed that she looked like usual, shy, modest, uncertain, but not in any way scared. It just made me even more uncomfortable. It can be that she's not scared while I. Suddenly, an owl hooted nearby, and I shivered. Then I seemed either to not hear it, not to hear it, not pay attention to it, or just not be scared by it at all. I hardly could believe the third option, but I didn't want to ask her about it, giving away my own fear. I entered the infirmary and found a switch in the dark. Will the nurse come later? Um, she won't come. Okay, she won't come. Understood. Wait a second. What do you mean she won't come? Ah, I see. It's not that I'm afraid to be alone with Lynn. Don't get me wrong. Indoors, at night, with no one around. Only in movies does something happen under such circumstances, right? Yeah? It's just that I'm with, oh, hold on. It looks like my delivery is somewhere nearby. Excuse me.
Okay, so in 15 minutes, there will be a short break when I will have to meet the delivery man and get my stuff. Okay. It is just that I'm with Lena and not with Uliana or Slavia. And it seriously changed my attitude towards things happening. Um, there are the boxes. She pointed at the messy stack of boxes. There were about a dozen of them. It would take much more than 10 minutes of work. I put one of the boxes on the table before me and started to take out its contents. There were bandages, lots of little packs of bandages. Here, take this. Lena gave me a piece of paper. There were some fields, and I quickly realized that I should put the name on the left, the description in the middle, and if there is one, and the quantity on the right field. It's not a database, but it'll do. The work started in full swing. Simeon. What? I looked at Lena. She stared at me for a couple of moments, seemingly making up her mind to do or to say something, but then lowered her gaze again. No, never mind. It was physically hard for me to just sit around without saying a word. However, I didn't dare to speak first, not only because I couldn't think of a good topic for conversation, but that I was just feeling shy. This girl could easily be embarrassed by anything. Excuse me? Simeon. Yes? You are counting them all over again. Indeed, I started to take out and put into the database the bandages I had already counted. Oh, sorry. She didn't answer. Hey, where are you from? I mean, where did you come from? Meaning, where were you born? I mean, where do you live? Well, there is a town not far from here. Not far from here, huh? Where is that? Somewhere. Looks like she doesn't want to talk about it. Is Lena hiding something too? It's explicable in the case of Olga Dmitrievna, but in Lena's case, it is absolutely not like her. Is it a secret? No. Just. So it is somewhere in the south too. I should have thought of something more original. Every single one of my sudden ideas turned out the wrong way, and this attempt to play spy worked out even worse. And I thought about South just because the only pioneer camp of the Soviet Union I remembered was Artek. Yes? Lena hesitated to reply. I couldn't quite tell if she was lying or not. It was a really bad idea to stream today, actually. Excuse me. I'll be back in a second. Oh, man. My meds still don't work, and it's kind of confusing me, not gonna lie. Okay. Don't you like it here? I wonder what part of what I said made her think so. Oh, absolutely not. I like it here. My false friendliness sounded very insincere, grating on the ears. What about you? I like it. It's so calm here. There are lots of books in the library, and the people are nice. Nice, but not all of them. Why? Did I really say that last bit out loud? Turns out I did. Well, Uliana, for example, she's like an energizer battery with a completely unbalanced point of power application. Uh, Battery? What? Yeah, maybe I really was sent back in time. Never mind. Or Alisa, the saying, a pioneer is the kid's role model, certainly doesn't describe her. If everyone started following her example, it would be a complete disaster for the country in 20 years or so. However, thinking about it now, you can draw the conclusion that everybody did follow the example of Alisa Dvachevska in the 80s, where I probably am right now. She's not like that, actually. Not like that? Not like what? Not like what you said about her. To begin with, I hadn't said anything. I just stated the fact that she's not the best example to follow. Well, maybe. Sounds like you know her well enough. Probably. I asked that question only to keep the conversation going and didn't expect an answer like that. Alicia and Lena were so different. The idea that they could be close was unbelievable for me. We came from the same town. If Alice, as if she had foreseen my question, we have common friends, even though Alisa is 1 year older. Okay, that's a little bit strange. Oh, not like that, I'm just surprised. Everyone gets surprised. Lena smiled a bit. I took the second box. Analginum, activated charcoal, analginum, activated charcoal, saline solution, potassium permanganate. You get it. Medicine. The thing I need now. And it doesn't work. For some reason. Lena always spoke in simple sentences. How can I communicate with her if every conversation turns out into a monologue or just an awkward silence? I wasn't quite satisfied with with such a state of things. Sometimes it looked like she's hiding something behind her mask of shyness. But what? I read a book not that long ago. Do you like science fiction? Not much. Damn, another failure. Well, if you don't like it, then what books do you like? Different kinds. The conversation wasn't going smoothly, and I had to turn it off for the better. Who knows why, but I thought about the dance again. Feelings of uneasiness, discomfort, and even shame overwhelmed me once more. Looks like I am not that different from Lena when it comes to such things. I am shy and afraid of things I don't understand or can't do. I should probably overcome my own fears before anything else. And this will help me understand her better. I've made up my mind. There are only a couple of boxes left. Yes. Hey, I've got an idea. How about we go to the canteen afterwards? I think the tape recorder was taking back there. What is it doing in the canteen? I hesitated. What for? Her sincere look made it clear that she hadn't the slightest idea what I am going to offer. Well, frankly speaking, I just don't know how to dance. That's why I don't like it. That's the reason I was so confused back there. Maybe I could thank you by dancing with you. But She stopped sorting out the medicine for a moment, blushed, and looked right into my eyes. I got a bit stubborn. It really was a stupid idea. It's okay if you don't want to. I don't insist.
What if someone sees us?
I certainly didn't think about that. It's not a big deal, but everybody's asleep already. And no one is going to go to the canteen at night. How will we get in there? I should have thought about it. I should have thought about it beforehand. Well, that moment I regretted that I still didn't get my cell phone from the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna talked my head off then, and I forgot it. Anyway, I had to say something to get away from this awkward topic. What kind of music do you like?
Different kinds. I'm not really into it.
Then let's imagine that it's playing now. I mean that we hear it playing.
How's that?
Like it plays in your head. I still remember the melody the pioneers were dancing to. The music and words were really clear in my memory.
I'm not sure I can do it.
You can just try.
Probably.
I've got her consent. Yes. Good. In Lena's eyes, even that probably can be considered yes. Fuck's sake. What is wrong with me? Like, I was fine for like a good half of the day, and now I just can't stop. Can't stop the running nose. In Anna's case, even that probably can be considered yes. We silently sorted medical supplies for the rest of the time, writing down their names and quantities. I should probably pay more attention to every word I say after such luck. I stayed silent most of the time, though. Soon, we finished the last box. I gave Lena the filled-in list and started to stare at her, like I saw Bigfoot riding a unicycle with juggling piglets. It was amazing, frightening, and above all, mesmerizing. She suddenly broke out laughing. Why?
That look of yours.
What about it?
It's just funny.
Really?
Yes. So where are we going to go?
Okay. Hold on, my delivery is here. Okay, I'll have to go for a little bit and then come back because I need to meet the guy at the gates, basically. I have like a big fucking, like a shelf coming in. So it's gonna take a little bit of time for me to come back. It shouldn't take more than like a couple of minutes. So I'll appreciate if you just can wait a little bit. But anyway, I'll be back soon. Stay tuned. We'll continue really, really soon.
Okay, we're back. Whew. Excuse me, I just had to fucking to bring like 20 kilograms of wood on my back from like another end of the building. Okay. Anyways, let's continue with the game. You're here to to see me play the game, not listen to me bumbling about my own life. Okay. Anyway, so where are we going to go? Where? Her last words unsettled me. I completely forgot what we were talking about. Frankly speaking, I had completely left this world for a moment. Well, to dance. Lena blushed right away, and her face took on a strange expression of shyness, uneasiness, and fear. Yeah, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Let's go to the pier. I don't know why I chose that place. Maybe because you could run into a pioneer at the square in the residential area or near the canteen, but not at the pier. On the pier. That's what I thought at least. Or maybe because of the large, bright moon reflecting on the water in the night. And it is a full moon today. I don't know how, but this solution just offered itself. And if you don't like it, then we can. No, that's a really nice place. Lena locked the door, and we made our way to the pier. Night fell on the sleeping camp. Should we follow the road? Why? It will be faster through the forest. There's a nice path there. Excuse me. I still need to catch my breath a little bit. There is a nice path there. Well, there could be. Who? An owlet? I laughed. Oh, you. A shadow of displeasure crossed her face. Never mind it. Sorry. If you want to, okay. But can I? Without finishing, she grabbed onto my arm. What the fuck is that illustration? Come on, guys. Come on. Do we really have to do this? I mean, this is a nice illustration, don't get me wrong. Much better than some of the other art that I've seen in the game. But come on, that's just ridiculous. Is it okay with you? Now it was my turn to blush. Of course, we walked through the forest. It was hardly a forest, though, more like a small grove between the camp and the pier, about 100 meters long. I would never think that there would be anything to be afraid of, even on my own. But it just seemed like Lena's fear was contagious. The branches swayed over us. I shuddered and Lena clung to my arm even more strongly. Don't be afraid. It must be a squirrel. Yeah. We reached the pier. The night was really beautiful. I walked closer to the river and called Lena. Ah, am I okay? I froze. Hold on. My camera froze. I need to change the batteries. La la la. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're good. circle. I walked closer to the river and called Lena. Look! The pier, the boathouse, and the moon were reflecting in the water. It looked like another world with the surface of the water being the door to Wonderland. You could just jump and find yourself on the other side. May I have this dance? I extended my hand to her and bowed clumsily. Lena hesitated. I must have overdid it with my mannerism. There's nothing to fear. I'm not no good at it either. Why either? She never said she couldn't dance, though it was kind of obvious. Okay. Lena gave me her hand. I led her a bit aside and gently put my arms around her waist. We stood, we just stood like that for a few moments. And, what next? Oh, that's a beautiful art. I really like it. Well, I don't know. Do you remember that song? Barely, but I remember. Great. Let's waltz like in the movies. How's that? Instead of answering her, I carefully started to move in a circle with Lena. See? Not that hard at all. Yeah. We waltzed for several minutes. Or whatever you could call it. I felt her warmth, though we were not that close to each other. Her chest heaved heavily, and her face started to blush more and more. Lena didn't look at me, averting her eyes from one side to another. I suddenly realized that I had never felt anything like this before. It was tenderness overtaking reality, as if I found myself in another, better world. I realized that I didn't want to let this girl go, and that that I would give up anything just to go on waltzing with her forever. I clasped Lena tighter, and only then she did look straight at me. There was surprise and confusion in her gaze, but no fear whatsoever. She wasn't afraid of me and didn't push me away. And you said you can't dance. I really can't. I was confused. I didn't expect that reaction from her. Where has her confusion, shyness, and fear disappeared to? You too dance pretty well. I know. A playful smile crossed her face. Or maybe it just seemed so to me? No, I swear I saw it. How is that possible? The image of shy and modest Lena didn't fit together with this moment at all. What should I say? What should I do next? I could only keep on waltzing with her in this dance, which was getting stranger with every passing minute. Simeon! Simeon, where are you? The voice came from the edge of the forest. Damn, worst timing ever. Simeon! It was Olga Dmitrievna. She must have been worrying because I should have been back a long time ago. I should have guessed that tireless camp leader would start searching for a lost pioneer. I should have warned her beforehand. Oh, there is no point in thinking about it now. Lena looked at me questioningly. Being seen together would not be the best thing. Why? Let's go ahead and tell that everything is all right. No, let's hide and return to the camp later. Her idea was strange. Everything was going so well. At least something was starting to work out, or seemed like it did. But what was that something? Okay, then. I decided not to argue. It wasn't appropriate in such a situation. Olga Dmitrievna shouted for a while and left. Let's go. Yes. Lena didn't grab onto my arm on the way back. I was a little bit frustrated, but wasn't certain enough to take the first step. We kept silent again. It was not typical of Lena to start a conversation, and I just didn't know what to say after everything that happened at the pier. She kept looking at the ground all the way back, keeping her usual expression. What a bizarre change. Or, to be more precise, what was bizarre was that smile on the pier and Lena's words. Hmm. She stopped at the square. Well, I have to go. Okay. Thank you for today. Yes. Lena turned around and headed to her cabin, and I kept standing where I was. What the hell was that? That dance, that sudden change in the mood, and then everything was back to normal. It was like I was embracing another Lena in that short moment. Hmm. That's, yeah, that's right. She wasn't herself. She seemed a completely different person. Maybe I don't know her well enough. I had a feeling before that I had a feeling before that Lena hides something under her mask of shyness. It takes much longer than 2 days to understand someone. Damn, what should I do? Maybe I was just seeing things? I walked to the leader's cabin. The whole camp was sleeping, so there was no one to see me. So what? What's wrong with a pioneer taking a walk at night? When I was almost at the door, I heard a noise behind me. The branches of the bush near the trees rustled as if someone moved there. There shouldn't be any wild animals around here. Someone must have been watching me. That very moment, I rushed in the direction of the noise, forced myself through the bushes, and looked around. It was too dark and I didn't see anything or anyone. There was no point in going on. Even if someone was watching me, he must have been gone already. I went back to the cabin. The light inside was on. Looks like she's still awake. Semyon, where have you been? Uh, what do you mean, where? Me and Lena have been sorting medical supplies in the infirmary. I told you before that I would do that in the evening. Really? When was that? Took you long enough? I was in the infirmary about half an hour ago. It was closed and the lights were off. Well, we decided to have a little walk. I'm fretting about you while you're on. I'm fretting about you while you're out having a walk. Well, sorry. I'll let you know beforehand next time. Please do. Go to bed. It's late. I can't help agreeing with her. It was by any measure a hard day. I was too tired to think about the evening's event, and I doubt I would have any decent thoughts. The main thing is that I have not a single idea how to react to all of this. To Lena, to the camp, to this whole world. I practically haven't spent even a minute on looking for answers. Moreover, I've been avoiding it as if the possible discovery scared me. And Lena, the time I spent with her was much more important than all of my attempts to return to the real world. I could worry myself for a long time trying to understand what I did wrong and what I didn't do at all, but exhaustion overcame me. Okay. So, oh, fuck. So, okay, so this should be a pretty fast one, a pretty fast day where we get the actual where we actually get to the route with Miku. Um
So let's do that. We'll have to meet her at the bus station, then do everything that we have to do in the infirmary, then eat the apple, and then go with her. Oh no, we need to go alone, and then we'll automatically be put with Miko. Okay, so this is where it actually begins. We'll do a save after the infirmary to lock in our points with Lena to help to get to her route. After we finish this one, just give me a second to blow my nose. It's fucking getting to me. I'm frustrated with that, with my health today. Okay, excuse me. Okay. I was going to head for breakfast when somebody knocked the door. It was Lena. Wow. Um, good morning. Yeah, good morning. I was taken aback a bit. The events of the previous day were still fresh in my memory, but I didn't really want to speak about them. You are probably looking for Olga Dmitrievna, aren't you? Well, no. I mean, yes. Lena was her usual self, shy, easily embarrassed. A dance on the pier. Now it seemed no more than a dream. She's not here, I'm sorry. Okay then. I'll go. Okay. When Lena left. When left, I thought that I'd been too cold towards her, so I decided to be nicer on our next encounter. Still, regardless, the morning was shining and beautiful. The bright sun was shining. Okay, I guess we can skip that. Okay. Then we have a beach scene, and now we can go. Yeah, this is the last thing. No, not the last. The penultimate thing that we need to do to get to the Miku's ending. The bus stop seemed to be a fine choice. A strange thought came across me. Perhaps Shurik is in the same situation as me, and so he decided to run away from this camp, maybe by the 410 bus. It could really turn out to be true if he came here by accident, too. Although the chances of that are quite slim. But you never know. What if the bus would really come? However, I could hardly believe in that. Indeed, I spent a couple of minutes waiting at the bus stop, made sure that there are no signs of Shurk or anyone else here, and headed back to the camp. Somebody rushed out from behind the gates and bumped into me. The impact wasn't strong, so I just staggered. Miku stood in front of me and rubbed her bruised forehead. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's all right. It's my fault. I was going to the music club, but got lost in thought about the new song. Thinking of the lyrics and music, I hadn't realized how I got here. So you don't have to apologize. Her words per minute rate obviously exceeded the recognition limits of my brain. I made an attempt to retreat promptly. Sure. Gotta go. Oh, wait. I wanted to leave as usual without having to listen to her, but Miko grabbed my hand. Her grasp gave me the creeps as I got a clear vision of an agonizing execution by another rap session. Can you help me a little, please? Just a teensy weensy bit? That definitely wasn't on my to-do list today. Well, I'd be glad to, but it's... Pretty please? Miko looked at me with such puppy dog eyes that my heart started to melt. She totally wasn't going to let go of my hand. And what help exactly do you need? You'll accompany me. I can't manage to compose on my own. I can sing or play.
I can't do both at the same time. Even our virtuoso has her weaknesses. Well, I can't really play any instrument. Never mind that. I'll show you everything. Come on, let's go. Excuse me. Wow. Yeah, let's go with Miku. On the other hand, I'm not losing anything. However, she dragged me along with her. Probably nothing good will come of it, but the only way to get her off me is to wrestle my hand out of hers. But that wouldn't be very nice. Nothing bad will happen after all. Probably. Within a minute, we were already standing in the music club. Miko took a guitar. Here, have a look. Mm. She sat down and started playing. I tried to follow her hands. The tune seemed quite simple. It seemed quite easy to repeat it. And got it? Kind of. Let's try. I took the guitar and started playing. That didn't really work out. Let me show you one more time. She played much better than me. Looking at Miko, I wondered. Of course, she was a chatterbox. She was naive and clumsy. However, she was extremely talented in music. Oh, that's good art. Try again. I managed much better the second time. Wow, that's much better. She smiled. It wasn't hard. In fact, just repeat the same notes over and over. Just don't lose track. Start on my command. Okay. Ready? Go! It was a song in Japanese. Frankly speaking, I didn't understand a single word, but Miko's singing was quite good. I think it's just gibberish. Okay, I guess they use Vocaloid, the engine. In fact, it was outstanding. She put her heart in every note, every word. Yeah, music probably is the very thing for her to dedicate her life to. It seemed like it wasn't her who chose the music, but the music that has chosen her. The last half an hour presented Miku in a completely different light. Hmm. Oh, thank you. Did you like it? I finally managed it with you on my own. It's not so good. I either mess up with the words or miss the strings, and it's just perfect with you. Thank you so much. You really have a talent. Just to play like that without any preparation? No, but seems I changed my opinion about her too hastily. Thanks for the song. I gotta go. See ya. Thanks for. The rest of her words were left behind the door. I leaned on the wall of the club cabin and sighed. Miko's song was still playing in my mind. Okay. Where to next? Oh, we haven't showered with electronic in the forest. So let's go do that. See how that goes. Maybe a new CG? I'm not sure. It was obvious that Olga Dmitrievna and her pioneers have already searched every nook and cranny of the camp, roamed the length and breadth of it. So probably it's not worth looking for Shirk in the canteen or on the beach or in the cybernetics club. It was his second home, or maybe even his first.
Thus, it might be worth looking around the surrounding forest. I didn't plan to go far into the forest, otherwise, it might be me who they'll be searching for tomorrow. I didn't really visit the countryside often. I just stayed in the country house every summer during my childhood. But that one was very close to the city. But in this camp, it was possible to find everything I hadn't seen for so long: overwhelming vegetation, singing birds, and fresh air. I found a meadow and sat on a stump. How peaceful this place is. But where in the world is Shurik? Actually, he could have been taken against his will. This camp is far from normal, so pioneer disappearances should not be all that strange. An intriguing possibility. Could it be the work of whichever force sent me here, or is it just some separate local entity's doing? Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice how the grass before me started moving. I looked closely and saw a squirrel. It approached me carefully and and stared at my hands. Probably used to getting fed here. Sorry, friend, I don't have anything with me. Of course, the squirrel could not understand me and continued to just sit there waiting for treats. I felt sorry for it because I didn't even have a crumb of bread in my pocket. I realized that I'm even ashamed to look it in the eyes and decided to move on. After some wondering, I came to the washstand. Turns out that he is not in the forest either, at least not in this surrounding area, and going farther is just frightening. I walked to the washstands, took off my shirt, and tried to wipe myself down because I was all sweaty. However, it wasn't so easy. I won't be able to get into the wash bowl, and there isn't even a ladle. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from behind. I turned around. Electronic was walking in my direction. Looking for Shurik? Yeah, you too? Me too. Listen, you know him better. Where could he have gone? I don't have a clue, he answered sadly. Well, I just don't understand why everyone has made such a fuss. During the night, wasn't he in the cabin with you? Then he can't have been gone for too long. Maybe he went for a walk? Oh, you don't know Shurik, said Electronic excitedly. He's a he's fanatically dedicated to his work. His life consists of robotics and cybernetics. People like him are one in a million. No, in a billion. His talent is boundless. I look up to him. He is a man of steel. No, simply triumphant. At that moment, he looked like Hitler, making a speech in front of a crowd of thousands. Well, that's a bad analogy. Um, but you do you, pal. You do you. Excuse me. Anyway, yeah. Even his gestures matched. Okay. So what? So what? You don't understand, do you? No. He spends all of it, you see, all of his free time in our club. Club? In our club. All. So, disappearing just like that is unusual for him. Of course. Seems like Electronic calmed down. Okay. He looked at me intently. Are you going to wash? Not really. Just rinse off a little. It's hot. Me too. He looked around. I wish there was a back there a ladle, something to get more water with. Yeah, I noticed already. Then let's do this. He walked behind with he walked behind the washstands and pulled one of the taps. To my surprise, its end turned up and rather than pouring into the wash bowl, the water splashed up at almost 90 degrees. You could manage to wash yourself that way. Okay, at least we get a new CG. Okay.
I guess I should have expected that. Meanwhile, Electronic took off his shirt and then squatted, so it seemed like he pulled down his shorts. I couldn't really tell because the washstand he was behind concealed him up to his waist, and directed the stream towards himself and started to sing something quietly. Let's clean my chimney, chimney sweep. I stood, astonished, not knowing what to do. He seemed to notice it. I'll wash myself and then let you use it. Gosh, I got such a massive chill. Well, I just remember that I have something to do. Gotta go. Out of all the eccentricities of electronic, the moment I just saw was the weirdest one. Hey, what's up with you? A cold shower on such a hot day is like the best thing ever. No, 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 no. That won't do. And anyway, I have to go. I put on my shirt quickly and ran back into the forest. I wonder what's got into him. I went for lunch with mixed. Okay, now we just can skip ahead. And then farm. You look gorgeous in it. La 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 la. Food poisoning, and then don't ask about the bundle. Let's. I don't know. Let's not give her activated carbon. I think it doesn't really matter. Let's be a dick to her this time. Really? A stomachache? Really? Doesn't seem so. What? Do I have to toss my lunch all over the place for you to believe me? I don't know what terrible things can be done with activated carbon, but I'm sure you will think of something. She hesitated. And what if you're right? There. I knew it. Then I'm certainly not giving you anything. Alexander Matrosov is a Soviet infantry soldier during Great Patriotic War. Posthumously awarded the title of the Hero of the Soviet Union for blocking German machine gun with his chest. Wow. At least I tried to get to the drawers, but I blocked the pill balls with my chest like Alexander Matrosov. I didn't know that story, huh? For all her impudence, she was still just a girl, and she had no chance of pushing me aside. Ugh, whatever. I'll find it somewhere else. She turned away and headed to the exit. At the door, Alisa stopped and looked back. By the way, the camp leader and the nurse are carrying a pioneer with a broken leg. I really don't care, but they seem to be struggling. Yeah, sure. Come see it for yourself. Alisa seemed to be lying, but on the other hand, as long as I can see her... I came to the door and looked outside. No one was there. Where exactly? They haven't reached here yet, then. She made a helpless gesture. Have fun! I returned to the table and only then realized that one of the drawers was open. How did she make it so quick? I turned my back for just a second. Though, what evil can come from activated carbon? Really? Okay, we skip a little bit and we do not eat the apple. I don't know how this works, but this is how it is. This is the yeah, it's pretty much the last choice that we need to do to get the Miku ending. So now we just cruise. No, even assuming that this is a normal apple, in any case, I shouldn't eat unwashed fruits. Just like that, I found a reason for my fear to put the apple away. It was time to go for dinner. Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on.
I need to blow my nose again. Um, I'm not sure why, but the meds just don't work. I fucking have no clue. Okay, now we have electronic. He will tell us after that that he found something um, that belongs to Shurik, and we will go and look for him. Wait a minute. Carbon. Carbon that she stole from the first aid kit. Why? Okay, this is the. Why exactly the monument? I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding. Okay, okay. Now he electronic tells everyone. And now we go alone. We go alone. Am I going there alone? And Godmitra now looked thoughtful. Perhaps you're right. We'll go together tomorrow morning. Hmm. We stood in silence for some time, then dispersed around the camp. Everybody seemingly forgot about Alisa and her terrorist act, maybe due to the minor damage it caused. Together with the camp leader, I went towards our cabin. I tried to think of why Shriek would go to the old camp. He is interested in robots and cybernetics, not scary stories and ghosts. What does that boot have to do with that? I remember how it decided to wait until something extraordinary would happen, and then I realized this is it. Olga Dmitrievna, I think I'll take a walk before bed. Just not a long one. Okay. When I reached the square, I understood that hanging around in the forest or some other strange place may not be that scary. But doing so in the dark. I didn't want to return to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, but I had to find a flashlight. For instance, there was one in the infirmary. Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't save before the choice. Oh, fuck. Um, can I? Okay. Let's. Can I not save now? Save game. Save game. Okay, I saved it. Okay, cool. Thanks. Now we go alone. I was glad I didn't spend my whole time there reading the fashion magazine. Hmm. The flashlight was found quickly, and in a few minutes I was again standing at the square, pulling myself together. I just had to make the final decision before I entered the forest, moving past the pioneers' cabins down the first path towards the abandoned camp. I set forth. Electronic told me that the old building was built immediately after the war. I knocked like I looked like a kindergarten, or it looked like a kindergarten, or like a barracks, I expected, and definitely could hold fewer pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. Hmm. It was now totally dark, and the forest looked totally different at night. Mysterious shadow. Okay, it's not something that we saw. Okay. Strange rustlings and the cries of night birds coming from everywhere, branches treacherously snapping under my feet. The full moon was shining, so I decided to save the battery in the flashlight. Flashlight. I'm sure I will need it sometime soon. The further I moved, the more unpleasant. The further I moved, the more unpleasant thoughts came into my head. I wasn't afraid of the dark at all. I didn't believe in ghosts and other mystical crap. But at the same time, during the last 2 days, I'd encountered so many incomprehensible phenomena that, against my own will, I started to read between the lines of the simplest things. Obviously, I felt exceptionally uneasy in the forest night. Everywhere I looked, every shadow, every tree or bush looked like weird creatures escaping straight from horror movies or from Stephen King's novels. A branch seemed to me someone's head, eager to grab your shoulder. A fallen log, someone's dead body, someone who failed to get out of the forest. I even in every gully I saw a bottomless abyss. If I had found myself in this forest under any other circumstances without all these buses and pioneer camps, of course I would still feel uncomfortable, but then I would be able to explain everything with logic and be afraid of nothing except for owls and mice, of course. Excuse me. Okay, my tea is cold already. Hmm. Anyway, well, give me a second. I need to fix something real quick. The batteries. Okay. Okay, that should be good enough, I think. They kind of lost charge there for a second. Okay. Let's continue. But at the moment, there were more than enough reasons to fear. Despite all this, I reached the old camp without any adventures. Really? We don't do the dungeon if we go alone. Really? Huh, interesting. In a little glade surrounded by trees stood a house resembling a kindergarten. Paint peeled off the walls. Almost all the windows were broken. Broken masonry were here and there. Holes in the roofs that looked like those made by a bombing. In front of the building was a little garden surrounded by a rusty fence. Apparently, once it was a playground with a merry-go-round, swing, slides, and other Soviet attractions. But time is cruel. All of them were broken and mutilated by corrosion. The grass was so tall that it almost came up to my waist. The moon looked out from behind the clouds and illuminated the old camp. Hold on. Is the stream fine? Okay. There was a small F, I feel. Okay. Let's go. So now we're squarely on the Miku route, it feels like. It seemed like everything came back to life. Windows shone with new glass and walls looked like they'd been painted with fresh paint. I heard playful laughter, saw translucent children joyfully running and frolicking in the yard. A strict camp leader on the threshold,
holding a basket with ripe apples in her hands. The old cleaning lady taking a nap in the shade. It sent chills down my spine. Of course, my imagination was just playing tricks, but the old camp itself was so similar to all the post-apocalyptic pictures I had seen that these visions were no surprise. I stood undecided for a long time before I dared to go further. After all, I'm here to find Shrig, though I still don't get what he might be doing here. If he even is here. A boot somewhere nearby doesn't mean anything. However, if he was not eaten by wolves, for some reason it seemed like there were no wolves in this forest, this might be the only place where he might be hiding. I carefully crossed the yard, pushing the tall grass apart and trying not to bump into a jagged piece of metal. But I stopped in a doorway, hesitating. An impenetrable heavy darkness stared back at me from inside. Even the bright moonlight could not illuminate any object or even highlight a silhouette. My head was filled up with different thoughts that all said that it's better for me to not go any further and run away quickly. But I pulled myself together, turned on the flashlight, and stepped over the threshold. Inside the building looked like a typical kindergarten. I still remembered my childhood days, and so everything here looked very familiar. Sleeping room with lines of beds standing close to each other, a large playroom, toilets, a dining room, and utility rooms. Signs of the past children's joy were seen everywhere from time to time. From time to time, the flashlight drew my attention to a decaying doll, or a plastic toy car, or a punctured rubber ball, or a broken rank of tin soldiers. There was a book on the table, faded with age. I threw. Да что? I flipped through a few pages. It was a story I had read a long time ago, back in my childhood. Something about the war. Enemies destroyed the kindergarten, and all of its kids hid in the little basement together with a bunch of adults, while bombs were exploding up on the surface. I don't remember the end of the story, but as far as I remember, nobody died. Looking at the illustrations, all the emotions, fear, sadness, sympathy for the poor children, and the sense of hopelessness which I had experienced while reading this book came over me. It's strange that under exactly these conditions, right here and now, that I found this book. Probably there is somebody who manages this ongoing story, who writes the scenario for this absurd play, who sews costumes for the local pioneers and creates sets like this abandoned camp. To tell the truth, he is very talented. Attention is paid to even the most minor of details. Although this place was abandoned a long time ago, everything here seemed to be untouched. Of course, time didn't spare this camp. In so many years, it had often been visited by the locals. A perfect place for young people just hitting puberty. They could drink alcohol, indulge in amorous pleasures, or simply burn everything down just for fun. Electronic mentioned this place is full of legends. Legends of ghosts and devils living here. Take, for example, the story about the camp leader who committed suicide. In my world, nobody would believe it that this could. In my world, nobody would believe that this could stop somebody. But in this reality, anything is possible. Certainly, the fear didn't disappear, but I decided that since I'd come here, I was going to carry on to the end. The building was small, so it wasn't difficult to search it completely. But I didn't find any sign of Shurick. Maybe I should call out to him? But on the other hand, maybe it's not such a good idea. Frustrated, I sat on a bench in the lobby and sighed. Ghosts, where are you? I asked the camp,
And all of a sudden, I noticed a strange depression in the corner. A small trapdoor. An adult would barely be able to squeeze through it. And it seemed to me that it had been recently opened as the dust was cleared around it. And so, here's the part where I need to be scared. So, Shurik went somewhere. What might be lurking beneath the trapdoor? A basement? What would he be doing there? I pulled open the hatch and pointed the flashlight into the darkness. There was a ladder going down a couple of meters, ending in a concrete floor. There was a low, narrow corridor disappearing into the darkness. I hesitated for a long time. On the one hand, I had absolutely no desire to go down there, but on the other hand, if Shurik was really there, I swore loudly and began to descend. Downstairs it was so dark that even the flashlight didn't help much. A low ceiling, wires extending along the walls, broken lamps clad in iron bars. I've seen it all somewhere. I slowly started to move deeper into the dungeon. The path went down and after a few dozen meters ended in a stairway with high steps. Excuse me. Okay. My god. The path went down and after a few dozen meters ended in a stairway with high steps. Soon I found myself in front of a massive metal door. There was a sign painted on it. I looked closely and realized that it was a biohazard sign. No wonder if the old camp was built after the war and it lasted until the 70s. So it's an ordinary bomb shelter and there is nothing to be afraid of. However, these thoughts made me even more scared. I made a decision and opened the door, which immediately shut with a sharp sound as soon as I stepped through the doorway. I shuddered strongly, my hands began to tremble, and my vision dimmed. I regained consciousness after a few seconds, and only then did I realize that apparently a strong spring was attached to the door. I found myself in quite a spacious room. In the beam of the flashlight, I could see a bunk bed, some cabinets along the walls, and several devices of unknown purpose located in the far corner. It seems that this bomb shelter has never been used. Nobody ever came here. The beds were made, which is strange itself. I carefully looked around the room several times. The cabinets were filled with gas masks, chemical protective suits, dry rations, various domestic odds and ends. The devices which I at first could determine the purpose of were gauges of radiation, air pressure, and temperature. In short, it was a typical bomb shelter. I'd never been in such a place before, but it was how I'd imagined it. The only thing that remained unexplored was the door at the other end of the room. I pulled the handle, but the door remained closed. If someone recently came down here and he wasn't found in this room, then it would be logical to assume that he is behind this door. I called out in a whisper, "Shurik?" No reply. Maybe he locked himself out, but why? It wasn't clear what I should do next. Perhaps it would be smarter to come back tomorrow with help, but for some reason I had the feeling that behind this door I would find answers that can't wait to be found. I walked across the room and took a crowbar from the corner. I wedged it under the bottom of the door and tried to rip it from its hinges. Oddly enough, after a while, I just did that. I did just that. Fortunately, it was okay. Oddly enough, after a while, I did just that. Fortunately, it wasn't massive as the previous. Okay, hold on. Oh, so it opened. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. I don't know. Maybe it's allergies to something, but I don't know to what. Ah. Anyway, the door gave out and slammed onto the floor. I took a deep breath and pointed the flashlight down the passage. A corridor washed in the darkness, the same as the one on which the one which brought me here. Okay. The walls the walls were fuck, I can't speak. The walls were closing in. My head almost touched the ceiling, but I could not make out the end of the corridor. I walked carefully, looking at the ground. This was the reason that I did not fall into the pit. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and there was earth at the bottom of it instead of concrete. It seems that the hole was caused by an explosion. It wasn't too deep. I could easily climb over. I could easily climb out later. After I jumped into the hole, I found myself in something that resembled an old mine. The walls and the ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. Can I skip any of it? No. The tunnel was so long that my flashlight was insufficient. A few minutes later, I found myself at the crossroads. It's too dangerous to go any further. I could get lost. I decided that it would be a good idea to somehow mark the place from which I would begin my journey into the labyrinth, so I picked up a stone and made quite a big notch on the wall. So I went further and further. It seems there's no end to these tunnels, like I'm trapped in the Minotaur's labyrinth and the terrible creature will appear soon. I was exhausted and slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the mine's damp walls. Where is that damn Shurik? And how many hours have I been walking around in here? My eyes began to close. Just for a minute. Okay, so we fell asleep in the fucking dungeon. That's nice. They.
Huh?
That's new. Because sometimes a dream is just a dream. One doesn't have to look it up on the internet searching for an interpretation of a dream that invaded your dream world in such a rude manner. One doesn't have to assume that it's a sign, a prophecy, a prediction of the future. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, a beautiful story that is just not going to happen in your real life, a fairy tale sketched by your resting brain and painted by your imagination. Sometimes a dream is just a dream, even if it comes in several parts. Huh? Damn. Damn, I'm so tired of all this. Huh? I raised my eyes and saw a girl hanging over me. Okay. What exactly are you tired of? Everything. It's not like someone made you do this or is still making you. Well, It's not that simple. Oh, it is indeed quite that simple.
Damn, you're always. Stop chatting. Come on, get to work.
A voice that would break. Huh? Anyway, the bus became empty in an instant. The girl I was arguing with sulked like a child, turned abruptly, clicked her heels, and headed to the exit. Her name is Masha.
Okay, you ready?
A woman appeared. Her face simultaneously expressed agony for the fates of the whole of humanity, arrogance, concentration, and fatigue. Yeah, sure. Excellent. Then, action. I didn't even realize when she left the bus and a camera appeared pointing at me. Hold the phone. What the fuck is this? I've shut my eyes. Yeah, that's right. I must be sleeping according to the script. How long must I sit like that? 10 seconds? 20? That should be enough. I slowly opened my eyes and started to sweep the bus with an ignorant look. That's it. I haven't got the slightest idea why I'm here. What is this? An Icarus? But why? So I have to put on the most surprised face that I've ever done. I should imagine that I'm sitting in a toilet reading a book and then the door suddenly swings open and I see Jean Reno with a gun. Pardon me, do you mind that I'm, pardon my French, doing number 2 here? He would surely be surprised. I just couldn't bear it and laughed out loud.
Stop, stop,
Yelled the director.
It's an outrage. We've already been shooting for a week, but we've still got less than nothing.
She jumped close to me. What's the matter this time? You know, well, she would hardly appreciate my story about Jean Reno. I'm sorry. It was hard to look her in the eyes. It wasn't like I was really worried about them messing up yet another take, but mainly because I was afraid to break into laughter again. Okay, lunch break. Our director took off her Panama hat and began to fan herself with it. It's so hot. Well, it is summer after all. Shrek came out of thin air, proving himself to be quite observant. Done, blockhead. Duh, blockhead. You better take care of the camera. Shrek calmly dodged the Panama that was thrown at him and went back to his camera. Okay, so we're basically some kind of production. He's always like that. Calm, wise, and boring. Dull and quite predictable. I got out of the bus and headed to the canteen to grab a bite. And ran into Masha at the doors. So? Nothing. No surprise. Wanna have something to eat? She stared at me for some reason. She stared at me for some time with an uncomprehending look. Okay, let's go. It's strange. Seems that Masha has already visited the canteen. What is it? Didn't she have time to have her lunch? I examined her thoroughly from behind. Her double ponytails were really long and dangled from side to side, now and then hitting whatever they encountered on the way. Are you sure that you're comfortable with your hair like that? I asked Masha when we've sat down at the table. What's the problem? Well, they're kinda way too long, no? It's a part of my character, dork. As if they were any shorter before that. She threw an angry glance at me and proceeded to violently stir the contents of her packet of instant noodles. One day, I'm gonna get gastritis thanks to this diet. I already got it. Oh, sure. I bet you have already drunk all the stage props together with these guys. And what's wrong with that? I'm not paid for this work, just so you know. And it's hard, the leading role after all. I don't bring the cameras and filming tape.
Oh, it's like you're going for an Oscar.
Who knows? Who knows? I reclined on the chair and lit up a cigarette. Oh, so we're like fucking. Okay.
Just for your information, it's a children's camp here, in case you'd forgotten.
Yeah, you see any kids around? Masha just sniffed and didn't reply. And, by the way, all the grade ones had to start with something. Some of them, for instance, started with a graduation project.
Not a single sane human would ever think of shooting such a wild garbage.
She gazed wearily around with an intimidated look, making sure that nobody except us was at the canteen, and continued.
Only our Olga Dmitrievna would.
It's not like someone made you do it,
Oh yeah?
Masha said slowly with bitterness in her voice.
Like I had any choice, or you did, or anyone else.
Well, for starters, you could have proposed another subject.
To propose a subject. What subject?
All this time, Masha had been sprinkling salt all over her noodle cup, and it seemed that she wasn't going to stop. I see you like it spicy.
What?
I directed my gaze at her cup.
Damn!
She slammed her salt. Excuse me. She slammed the salt shaker down the table and sadly dropped her eyes to the small hilt of salt that, like an iceberg fighting global warming, just refused to dissolve in the broth.
Oh, come on.
I suddenly felt sorry for Masha. Anyway, I could hardly digest this crap. Sandwiches are way better. Here. I pushed my bowl in her direction. She took it silently and began to eat. Won't you ever thank me?
But it's completely your fault.
What exactly?
You distracted me and I. Anyway, it's your fault.
Whatever. Masha kept eating in silence. I finished smoking and stubbed the cigarette out of the corner on the corner of the table. What exactly don't you like about it?
Well, it's actually fine if you get used to it. Lovely noodles.
I looked at Masha in a way that made clear exactly how silly and irrelevant her answer was.
Ah, you're talking about the movie.
About the movie, yes.
Take my character, for example. Although, never mind using it as an example. It's the worst part of the script. Were you even reading this as you wrote it?
For the first 2 days, then laziness took over. Well, I read it.
So, what? Does it seem normal to you?
What exactly?
Character. My character.
What's the problem with it? Excuse me for a second. Oh, fuck, I'm dying here. Hold on. So, what's the problem with it? I decided to play the fool till the end.
Stop mocking me.
If looks could kill, my death would have been a pretty painful one.
All right.
All right. Calm down.
Masha fixed her gaze on me. What's the matter with your character? Just
a normal, retarded girl. Can't say that. There are so many ways around it. There are so many around anyway, no? She turned red at first, then blue, then she turned green. I'm not sure that the changing of colors on her face during a fraction of a second was really like that, but either way, Masha looked scary. You know, that's disgusting, she said, suddenly getting a grip. I think it's perfectly normal. The cast of a movie, or a book for that matter, can't consist only of cute, smart, and sexy characters. We still need supporting roles. Supporting, but not retarded. It's not like we don't encounter them in real life. But I'm not like that. But you're not playing yourself, after all. Her stubbornness started to get on my nerves. People will watch it and say, Masha. Okay, I'm not saying it out loud. I'm sorry. I covered my face with hands and put my head down on the table. Okay, and what do you suggest now? I don't know. Everything is just bad. Will it get better if you just keep crying and moaning? I'm not moaning. Oh, like I can't hear it. Well, I'd prefer if I couldn't. You know what? I opened one eye and looked up at the enraged Masha. What? You're an insensitive bastard. As you say, mademoiselle. And she didn't manage to finish the phrase. The door burst open and a cheerful shout reached us. Masha, ня... Ой, господи, не, бля. No. Hold on. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Hold on. I need to fucking... Okay. Okay. Who's this Sasha? Who's screaming, Masha dня, Семёнку. Oh, here comes another rivaling lunatic. Oh Lord, what have I done wrong? Oh, for fuck's sake. I turned my head and glanced skeptically at the girl who ran into the canteen. Sasha, one of the main characters. If we compare Sasha in real life with the character she's going to play, then Masha's words about the injustice of this world don't seem that meaningless. However, on the bright side, one can't ignore Sasha's acting talent. She really becomes a totally different person on the screen. I told you like 1,000 times, don't you ever call me Masha-nyan. Masha gritted her teeth. Okay, then it would be Masha. Can I? For fuck's sake, what is this? What is going on? What's this route? I mean, huh? Sasha snatched the chair, moved it closer, and sat beside me. Freaking cuckoo. How do people like that enter college in the first place? Nya, what are you talking about? Sasha seemed to ignore Masha's opinion of her professional impropriety. Okay. Oh, we were just discussing what exactly Masha now doesn't like about our script. Just you wait till I beat the nyan out of you. She tried to land a punch on my forehead, but I dodged, and her hip and her fist slumped down the table. Sasha gave a brief cry and started shivering. See how discontented she is? A curious young mind which doesn't seek any compromises, ready for long, painstaking work, for self sacrifice and denial of the fragile material world. And all of that for what? For the truth. Wow, you're so smart, Sasha murmured and hugged my arm. Too bad you are not. No, you're hopeless. I'll take that as a compliment. Masha fetched her phone out of the pocket and checked the time. Okay, time to get going. Where are you going? You only appear starting day 2. It's you who should get going, dork. Me too, me too. Sasha jumped around, still clinging to my arm. I guess so. So, let me get this straight. Miku ending is basically a dream within a dream, where the dream we're having now is that we're shooting a movie, basically, which is Everlasting Summer. And we're like actors. No, okay, got it. Let's see how it goes. I got up, pushed the chair back under the table, and looked over at Masha. See ya. Oh, get going. She snorted and turned away. Ittekimasu. Get. The fuck is that? Get lost. Just as that reached my ear, Sasha shot past me with empty noodle packets trailing in her wake. I was sitting in the bus, flipping through the script lazily. So, which idiot wrote this? Oh yeah, that would be me. I put aside the stack of sloppily stapled printed pages and fixed my sight outside the window. Indeed, it was really hot. Even without Shurik being Captain Obvious, it was hot. Let's take the asphalt, for example. It doesn't give a damn that just yesterday it was winter according to the script. You know it has to be melting right here and now. And the grasshoppers don't care, they just keep rehearsing. By the way, which of them do the chirping? Which of them do the chirping? Is it the crickets or the grasshoppers? Or cicadas? Nah, those screech. Damn, I don't even have any internet handy for a quick check. Though, why would I? The script is all agreed on and approved and can't be edited at all. And anyway, who would care about the grasshoppers in our movie? Although, it would be a splendid idea for shooting a horror flick in the spirit of 50s US B movies. Like, for example, My Cousin is a Grasshopper, or The Cricket Day, or One Flew Over the Cicada's Nest. If I have to spend 5 more minutes here, I'm gonna turn into an insect myself. Oh, why were there no air conditioners in old Soviet buses? Hey, hello? Anyone home? A loudspeaker was pointed at me right behind it. And right behind it, I recognized the face of Olga Dmitrievna through the melting air. Please leave your message after the... I felt a blow. Hey, you can't just smack the protagonist like that. Have you even read my Door Rider? Shut up! This has to be the last steak in the bus. I wanted this pretty bad myself. After all, it's better to be outside than stuck in this moving man-melter. Shurik's camera was hanging over me. I acted as if I was really desperate about what's going on. Raged across the bus, dashed outside, ran all around and finally collapsed down on the sidewalk. Cut! Cut! Olga Dmitrievna smiled approvingly. Well, seems you are able to do it when you really want to. Sure, it seems that will Sure, it seems that will is the most important thing. Sorry, I blacked out there for a second. And now, meeting Slavia. A break, maybe? Router prayed. We ain't here for a vacation. Off you go to your camera. He hung his head and shuffled off to his place. Action! I stared at the camp gates. I held my gaze on the statues of the pioneers and took a few steps forward. Sasha emerged from behind the gates. Hi, Semyon-kun. My name is Slavia. A stunned silence descended upon the set. It seemed like even the grasshoppers suddenly stopped their song and looked up at Sasha with fascination. I have just one question for you. The dreadfully calm voice of Olga Dmitrievna reached us from behind me. Have you even read the script? Sure, I did, but it's so boring. It was pointless to cry, swear, go into hysterics. We couldn't find another actress here. We have only 3 weeks in this camp, and you... She sat down on her director's chair and began to fan herself with her Panama hat. Guys, don't you get it that we won't make it in time if we keep strolling around like this? We still have lots of stuff to shoot. Could you get at least a little more serious? It's like I'm the only one who cares. A stick certainly won't work with Sasha, so maybe we should try a carrot instead. I'm sorry. I'll try again. You'd better. Wow, what a fucking freak show, man. Hold on a second. And by the way, to my understanding, we're still sleeping somewhere in the catacombs. And this is what we see. Okay. I tried hard to imagine the protagonist surveying the unknown environment as millions of theories fly through his head. He's shocked, he doesn't know what to think of it at all. His brain's ready to explode. His consciousness starts to wander, and there you go. A girl, your average pioneer, appears and she has not the slightest idea of what's happening to him. She just greets the protagonist and sends him to the camp leader. I took a few steps forward and Sasha appeared from behind the gates. You must be new here. I caught sight of the lens of the camera pointed at me from out of the corner of my eye and tried hard to make a really surprised face. If so, you need to go to our camp leader. So you can do it if you really want to. Olga Dmitrievna wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm gonna turn gray before my time with all these fripperies of yours. And we still have to do the editing. She checked her watch. Okay, let's call it a day. I'd hardly call myself a workaholic, but even I felt that it's way too early to stop, given we're already falling badly behind schedule. Don't you think that... I do, but I feel absolutely done. As you wish. I shrugged and headed to the camp. Evening was closing in. Tonight I was dining with Masha, Sasha, and Elisa. There was a huge bowl full of fried potato slice with mushrooms right in front of me. One of the perks of summer, fresh vegetables from the garden.
You better show that much effort. Excuse me. You better show that much effort during filming.
Oh, you seem to prefer instant noodles over this?
What are you talking about? Sasha is a great chef,
Mumbled Elisa.
Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's impolite to talk with your mouth full? And you're always complaining. Um, um.
Sasha was about to burst into tears. Oh lord. Come on, chill out. Everything's delicious.
Yeah, Masha Nyan, do you want me to make
Masha gave her such a dirty look that it became obvious, even to Sasha, that she shouldn't continue.
But anyway, just tell me honestly.
I won't.
But you don't even know what I'm about to ask you.
I know.
So, what's it going to be?
She stared at me with a triumphant look. Why did I come up with such a rubbish script? Damn. Alisa and Sasha laughed.
Oh, I see that you're both okay with it. What's the matter? It's summer. We're surrounded by nature. There's a beach here. Everything looks great. You might as well visit Turkey. Why did you come here?
Alisa glanced at Masha blankly and started to dig into her plate.
So,
she pointed her fork at me. Fear not the fork but the spoon. One blow and your skull is doomed. Now, you tell me, is he even normal?
Semyon-kun is kawaii.
Sasha hugged my arm and nodded vigorously. I'm going to fucking die while I finish this route. My god. Oh. This is what brain rot was in like 2013 when this came out. Jesus Christ. And I remember I had like classmates that behaved like this. Jeez. Oh. Okay. What's the matter anyway? He just got us a free vacation.
I don't understand, what am I even doing here?
Well, it's not like anyone's holding you here, I said coldly.
Oh, if only what I wanted mattered.
And you? What are you doing all this time? You just keep nagging others, and yet there's still a lot of time before your appearance according to the script. You must be preparing for the role, eh? I interrupted her.
Oh, maybe I am preparing.
Double standards.
Triple, damn it.
So, what are you doing for real?
Well, what would you expect me to do?
Me? Nothing. Just curious.
Reading books?
She answered timidly. And every book about how to master acting.
Stop it, okay? We are sitting out here, God knows where. No internet, no phone signal, nothing at all. If I hadn't brought the mosquito repellent with me... I brought it, yeah.
Masha gave her such a look that Sasha suddenly started to take up much less space than usual.
I just don't get you. What's the point of complaining all the time? You could have stayed back home. Did I even ask you?
Masha got up abruptly and headed for the exit.
Masha Nyang is upset,
said Sasha in a distressed tone.
If she got upset just now,
then wait until you see what she's gonna be like towards the end of the shooting. Druzhba is both friendship in Russian and, fortunately, a well-known brand of chainsaws. Yeah. The Pioneer Chainsaw Massacre with a Druzhba, eh? Curiously enough, I really couldn't comprehend why Masha keeps freaking out. Sure, since the very beginning she'd had no real enthusiasm for either the script or the whole idea of shooting our movie in a godforsaken pioneer camp. But still, she wasn't that aggressive. Maybe it's the heat that is to blame? Or maybe the grasshoppers? Sure, that's it. Grasshoppers. They're giving us hell instead of a good sleep. I wish we just had a button to release some sort of poisonous gas and presto.
What are you thinking about?
About the grasshoppers.
Oh, what's wrong with them?
Might as well ask what's right with them.
Grasshoppers? They're not nya.
Why?
Well, they're so scary.
You just don't like insects in general, right?
Nope.
Me neither. A heavy silence fell. No matter what's going on in Masha's head, at least she can always keep the conversation going. Even if it's about the grasshoppers. I imagine her talking about her hatred towards these hellish creatures who dare not only to plague this already imperfect world, but also keep chirping all night long, this time interrupting our own inner rest and gentle soul. Olga Dmitrievna approached our table. Ready for the night shooting? Night shooting? It's not like we're even completed the first scenes yet. And you also mentioned that we're done for today. We have to make maximum use of the time, or else we won't make it at all. I couldn't say that I wasn't completely dead tired, and besides, I had to show at least a spark of commitment to the success of my own project. Alright, what are we shooting?
The night scene with Slavia in the woods. Nani nani?
Sasha heard that we were discussing her character and jumped in.
Just please,
began Olga Dmitrievna in a strained voice. Stick to the script this time.
Wakarimashita!
And stop that already. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and left us. My God. You are an insufferable piece of human.
What's that scene about?
Haven't you read the script at all? Of course I haven't, said Alisa proudly. I'm more than okay with just reading the scenes where I appear. I wasn't going to trouble her with meaningless talk about the necessity of getting the whole picture to fully understand one's character. I'm watching Slavia dancing by the side of the lake in the woods.
Nya, it's so romantic.
And she strips down in process.
Yeah?
Sasha stared at me with a look of incomprehension. The meaning of my words dawned on her after several moments.
Strips?
Relax, not completely.
Well, if it's gonna be you...
She blushed. Sure, seems like this girl has not only been watching too much anime recently, but also is not the smartest one by birth. Just why did Olga Dmitrievna cast the characters like this? As for me, I'd rather cast Masha to play Slavia and Sasha as Miku. Anyway, it's up to the director to decide, and Olga Dmitrievna is the only director we have. By any chance, will there be that?
What?
Sasha gave Alisa a blank stare. No.
What do you mean?
Nothing at all? Not in this scene.
Ah, so you will be doing that later.
Alisa showed off a sharp grin. If it sparks your curiosity so much, you should go and read the script already. Nah, I'm not curious at all. Alisa got up from the table.
Okay, I'll be going. Um, what was that all about? What is that?
Oh, it's nothing. Go get yourself ready. The sun's already setting. Nya nya. Oh, Sasha got up and dashed to the exit. For fuck's sake, man. The things I do, the things I read. God dang it. Okay, excuse me. Sasha got up and dashed to the exit. I finished my plate of potatoes and gave a heavy sigh. Well, at this rate, we won't manage to shoot even half a movie. I guess we can just put to be continued at the end and turn everything into an epic saga created by the students of a third rate local cinema and television college. Suddenly, I understood that really, I don't care anymore. Ready? I turned my back and caught a sigh of Shrek. It's not like I have anything to prepare. Do you think you can manage these night shootings? Somehow. Let's get going then. It's finally become colder in the evenings. Too cold, I'd say. I was sitting on a stump and trying to keep myself warm in my thin top while others were aligning cameras and lights. Why should I be doing this stuff anyway? It's not like I even have a part in this scene. Masha was setting up a light reflector cloth between the trees. Who else? We're always short on manpower. Well, you could bring on more people for this. Everyone would have been so happy to participate in the production of such a masterpiece. Are you complaining about something? Olga Dmitrievna gave her a menacing look. "N- Not at all. I'm fine." Our director was probably the only person here that Masha hesitated to argue with. I wonder why. Shriek sat down next to me. What do you think? Any chance we'll get it only two? Any chance we'll get it in only 2 or 3 takes? I have no idea. It's not like it depends on me. I nodded towards Sasha. She was jumping up and down energetically by the lakeside, warming up for the role. Oh, I see. Shrek heaved a doomed sigh and headed to his camera. All right, it's time. I hid myself behind a tree. Camera, action! Mademoiselle, I haven't seen that CG before. Okay. I'm all now I'm listening. Sasha walked past me, almost dancing. I couldn't help noticing that given all this extra lighting combined with the moonlight, she looked plain stupid. But that's the cameraman's concern anyway. It's probably for the best. I slowly emerged from behind the tree and followed her. Sasha went slowly along the shoreline, almost hovering above the ground, taking off her neckerchief and unbuttoning her shirt on the way. In fact, it actually looked amazing. I bet she could have been a great actress of the silent cinema. Yeah. Soon enough, Sasha disappeared into the woods. I took a few moments to I took a few moments to space out at the shoreline and then started to follow her. Cut! Sasha immediately dashed back from behind the trees. So, so, how was it? Excellent. Perfect. If only you could perform like this every time on the first take, then we would have it all finished in time. You're saying it like we're not gonna make it in time. I noted skeptically. We'll make it, you bet.
Ahem. What do you mean? That's all?
Masha suddenly appeared next to me as if out of nowhere. You wanted something else?
We've spent like 3 hours in preparation for only 1 minute of footage. It's cinema. Cinema! You know? Art! One can be hunting a single shot for years. One could keep shooting a 5 minute movie for decades.
Olga Dmitrievna looked particularly funny, waving her arms like that.
Sure,
Mumbled Masha in a wasted voice.
that's it.
Yeah, that's it for tonight.
Then, good night, everyone.
She threw that piece of reflector cloth to the ground and hastened off towards the camp. I quickly mumbled my goodbyes to everyone, grabbed a script printout, and rushed after her. Hey! It wasn't at the square that I caught up to her.
Oh,
Now, what do you want? A look of extreme fatigue was on Masha's face. Hold on a second.
okay. Давай, иди отсюда. Иди, иди, иди.
My cat is misbehaving a bit. A look of extreme fatigue was on Masha's face. Maybe you want to take a short walk before you head off to sleep?
Why would I?
She glanced at me, apparently misunderstanding me. Well, it's still so early. I bet you wouldn't even think of going to sleep at this time in the city.
In the city. This isn't the city here, you know.
Here, 3 days count for one.
Oh, come on, it's still early.
Okay, fine. She gave me a bright look and smiled.
Just not for too long.
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Why do you carry that all the time?
She pointed at the stack of paper I held in my hands. Well, do you never know what might happen? Shortly thereafter, we arrived at the beach.
What a lovely moon.
Masha started to strip and dashed off towards the river. I don't know what I was expecting because she had a bikini on under that pioneer uniform of hers. Fascinated, I stared as she paddled her legs in the water, which caused ripples to splash around her. So, you're still able to have fun? I shouted. She threw me an offended look, came closer, and sat down next to me.
Yeah, it's like recently you all think that I'm just an old hag.
Of course you're not, but you're still one hell of a moaner.
I guess I have my reasons.
Not sure, I don't see any particular ones. Masha got up and moved several feet away from me.
Oh, come on. Don't come on me. It's just one can be such a
Such a what?
you never see anything.
She put her head down on her knees and added quietly.
And you never understand.
Yeah, that's me, cold-hearted, dumb, and dull. Masha gave a barely audible laugh.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go swimming?
It's cold in there.
It won't take long.
Oh, okay. The water was surprisingly warm, so indeed we were hardly going to freeze. I sat down at the towel. I sat down at the towel that somebody had left behind and took a deep breath of soft night air. Okay, whoever whoever was responsible for the for this art and for some of the Lena's art did a really good job. I like this style. It's really a shame that a good chunk of CGs aren't, this clean. Masha lay in front of me and rested her head on my lap. Am I disturbing you? Not at all. I just felt kind of tired. She looked straight into my eyes, but I averted my gaze. Why can't it all be the same as before? How so? Come on. That was a joint decision, you know. But nevertheless, she put her arms around my waist and I felt even more ill at ease. Why have we come here in the first place? To shoot a movie. I tried to pull it off with a jest. Still, if it wasn't for you, I would have never gone to this college in the first place. We could have already. She sighed. But now. I still think that digging up the past in this context is hardly a good idea. You might think so. As for me, I still think that we shouldn't have. But you were the one who wanted it in the first place. I never wanted it, said Masha resentfully. Oh, yeah, so it was me who insisted? Yes, it was you. She turned away didn't get didn't get off of me. You're always like that. You don't like this, you don't like that. Why can't you just adopt a simpler approach to life? Take a look around. It's a splendid summer. It's a beautiful night. We're shooting a remarkable movie. In fact, everything's great. Do you really believe all that yourself? Her question was indeed one worth asking. I do, kind of. It's not like everything's always ideal. But what's so bad about it? Everything is bad. She seemed ready to burst into tears. This stupid camp, that script of yours, everything is bad. And you are not a child anymore. You could have already started a family, gotten a job. Hey, we discussed it like 1,000 times. Yeah, and broke up exactly because of that. That was your call, mine. Precisely because of your everything is bad attitude. Oh, but you go like everything's great to make up for that. Okay, so let me get this straight. Right now, we as Simeon laid in a cave, sleeping, and see this shit where we imagine ourselves as an older guy shooting a movie about the events that took place in the Savionac pioneer camp, which suspiciously suspiciously closely resemble the events of the game. And so, one of the backstories is that at some point we dated this Masha girl who plays Miku. And now we're trying to reconcile. And so basically this whole route is out of no. Oh, hold on. My camera froze. Hold on. Okay. So basically, this route barely has any connection to what we to what we did before. Okay, that sounds fun. Anyway, okay, great. Let's move on.
Only fools rejoice about everything around them.
I'm not rejoicing, or rather, I'm not rejoicing about things that are worth rejoicing about. I like my work. I found I find pleasure in films. Do I really?
So that means you didn't find pleasure in me?
She got up and leaned against my chest. Maybe we shouldn't.
What's the matter? Don't you want to?
I couldn't make up my mind on how I should reply. On the one hand, I didn't want to open old wounds, but on the other hand, I clearly understood that I'm not in a position to refuse. And by now, I didn't care if someone who might not be sleeping might see us. But why? What comes after?
Who cares?
Well, in that case, in that case, we fuck on the beach. The gleaming moonlight reflecting in the water droplets on her bare skin, the sticky sand, the chill of the summer night, and the heat of her body, heavy breathing and gasps of pleasures. Everything passed in one brief moment. Okay, so that's it. Like, hold on a second. Let me check something real quick because like I have all the naughty renders right here in in like a folder. And if this was just one line of dialogue, that's pretty fucking funny. Hold on, let me see. Let me see that real quick. Um, just make sure that it's not showing up on the screen. Okay, yeah. It looks like there's just yeah. Okay, I see why it was just a single line basically. I guess it's time to sleep. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. Our good Mitrina will definitely push us hard. I was slowly buttoning my shirt as I watched Masha dressing.
I don't want to sleep alone, she murmured quietly.
What? Afraid of the grasshoppers?
It's not the grasshoppers, it's the crickets. And I'm not afraid of them.
She averted her gaze and blushed a little.
It's just, well, unusual.
You might have got used to it, given the amount of time. I suddenly thought that there's nothing wrong with this idea, especially given everything that happened. Okay.
But where?
Masha gave me a questioning look. There are a couple of unoccupied cabins reserved for further scenes. Well, we could use these props for a while, I guess.
Let's go.
She smiled, got up, took my arm, and we slowly headed to the square. Um, an irresistibly blinding morning glare struck my eyes. I wasn't able to stretch. Masha was slipping on my left arm. I barely managed to pull my limb from under her head and massaged it for a long time, trying to restore the blood flow. Scratching my stubble, I reached for my shorts to find my cigarettes. Perhaps we shouldn't have gone that far yesterday after all. Now she definitely won't leave me alone. Well, probably not. That's not in her nature.
but a bad aftertaste will still remain. And now she has an argument to scold me with if I just give her one chance to. Yet another argument. It's not like she's short on them. Unable to find the cigarettes in my shorts, I thought that I must have left them behind in my cabin, so I clumsily dressed and went outside. Oh Lord, let it rain at last. It's impossible to work in such an oven. And it's like this day and night, night and day. Rubbing my eyes, I plodded down the trail and didn't notice somebody coming until they ran right into me. It was Router. Hi, Simeon. Hi there, I shouted after him. Finally, I came to the cabin, opened the door, and entered. Olga Dmitrievna was inside. She drilled me with her gaze. Would you care to explain? What's the matter? Where did you spend the whole night? She looked more than menacing. I was with Masha, and what's the problem, anyway? After all, everyone got it already, so it makes absolutely no sense to hide it. With who? Olga Dmitrievna gave me a surprised glance. With Masha, I repeated calmly. We don't have any Mashas here. Now it's my turn to be surprised. Simeon, your behavior is unbecoming of a true pioneer. Are we shooting it already? But where are the cameras? I grinned. Simeon! Oh, come on. I headed to my bed and opened the drawer. However, my backpack wasn't there. Have you seen my backpack? A backpack? She looked at me in surprise. Yeah, it was here. But you're right here without any luggage. What? I broke into a silly smile. And I still haven't finished yet. Olga Dmitrievna, I get it that you're in the finest of moods this morning and you have an eagerness to joke around, but how can I feel fine when a pioneer, a future Komsomol member, is acting like that? A pioneer? A Komsomol member? Something is definitely going wrong. Olga Dmitrievna, have you slept well? Are you okay? How dare you speak to me like that? What's your problem? To sum up, you need to be at the lineup in half an hour. As for me, I still need to find Miku. Miku? It looks like they just want to play a prank on us. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I saluted and marched out of the cabin. I have to go and tell Masha, share some laughter with her. I vigorously pushed the cabin's door open and ran in. Masha, you won't believe me what there... Masha was sitting in the corner of a bed with an absolutely pale face, wrapping her arms around her legs. What happened? I leaped to her side. Lena just came in. Lena? But she wasn't planning to come for another 3 days. It wasn't our Lena, It was just something that looked like her. Masha was trembling, and an expression of horror was on her face. Don't tell me, did we get fucking transported? To the, actual Savionok? As people playing Simeon and Miku? That's hilarious. If that's the case, if that's what they're going for, that's funny. Calm down. Let's take it slowly. She was talking about some kind of lineup, cleaning up the grounds, about the library, about the music club. Your breathing became rapid. And it wasn't a joke, I'm sure of it. I recalled the recent conversation with Olga Dmitrievna at once. Okay, calm down. I still haven't got a thing. It It wasn't our Lena, it was the Lena from your script. She raised her tear filled eyes to me. I understood right away that this wasn't a joke, and my courage vanished. That's ridiculous. It just can't be. Though recalling the conversation with the director. No, no, I'm sure. She threw herself into my arms. I tried to calm her down. We have to think logically. We have to think logically. It's just them trying to pull a prank on us, that's all. I was just talking to Olga Dmitrievna and she. And she what? Also looked usual to me? Nah, it can't just. I can't just say that to Masha. In the end, they will have their laugh and then quit it. No, something has happened. Something horrible. I'm sure of it. Masha was sobbing in my arms. Okay, let's get down to it. Let's talk to someone. For example, to Router. He surely isn't the main stand-up comedian in our hood. To tell the truth, at this point, I was interested myself in finding out what kind of joke this was. One that can bring Masha, who is always calm and prepared for everything, to hysterics. Okay. Okay. She wiped away her tears and got up from the bed. Calm down now? I'm trying. Masha smiled faintly. Let's go. Now, we left the cabin. Where to? Olga Dmitrievna was talking about some kind of a lineup. Let's go to the square, most likely they will be there. Masha took my hand, but let it go but let it go right away. I chose not to look in her direction because I already knew what expression she had on her face, and just headed to the square. The lineup, if that is the right term for people flocking around the monument, was quite crowded. I didn't recognize even a half of people gathered here, and that fact was extremely strange on its own. Olga Dmitrievna tried to line them all up. I chose not to linger and went up to her. Olga Dmitrievna, you know. Oh, and Miku is here too, she interrupted me. Excellent. We'll talk after the lineup. What lineup are you talking about? Isn't that enough playing games? For God's sake, it's not funny anymore. She looked at me in confusion. What are you talking about? About that. Masha cautiously looked out from behind my back. Olga Dmitrievna, it really isn't funny anymore. I don't understand you two. Let's seriously get back to the shooting. What shooting? I looked at her attentively and for the first time realized that perhaps she wasn't joking. Olga Dmitrievna was never a decent actress, so I doubt that this expression of surprise and incomprehension was fake. What a mess. Okay, let's assume. Well, tell us your version. Version of what? She was still blinking her eyes while looking at my mouth. I got it. I grabbed Masha by her arm and headed away from the square. Hey, hold on. Where are you going? We have to find someone less insane. Olga Dmitrievna's shouts followed us, but I didn't pay any attention. Soon enough, we reached the clubhouse. According to the script, it ought to be right here. Let's go. Masha didn't reply, just followed my lead. I opened the door abruptly and walked in. Router was there, as I had expected. What's happening? Oh, Semyon, and you're not alone. Hi there. Have you come here to join our club? It seemed that there was something wrong with him, too. Why aren't you at the lineup? I asked mischievously. Um, well, I've got something to finish here. Whatever. Just tell us what's going on here. Um, am I missing something? Just like Olga Dmitrievna, he stared at me with no sign of understanding. Why the heck is everyone around acting like we're real pioneers in a real pioneer camp? Uh, isn't that the case? Is it? Well, actually. And what about the film? What film? The film, the one we were filming. Simeon, I really don't understand what you're talking about. It's only now that I realize that everyone around is calling me Simeon. Well, Sasha was always calling me Simeon-kun too, but that was clearly a joke, while here, it's not a big thing, but my name is definitely not Simeon. I stepped back in horror and tripped over Masha. She let, she let out a short scream. And you, Miku! I wasn't listening. I snatched Masha's hand and ran out. I managed to halt only at the bus stop. As I turned around, I saw Masha gasping for breath. I let go of her hand, and sat down on the edge of the road. Looks like the two of us are in trouble. Don't you get it? Everyone here behaves exactly the same as it was written in my script. She stared blankly at me for some time. Then she recovered. Yeah, a fair guess. But what? Why? Like I would know. So, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Masha was on the edge of bursting into tears. Oh, stop it. I really have no idea. How can I come up with a ready-made solutions in this situation? I understand, but after all, there is still a possibility of it all being a silly joke. Well, an overdone one. But what if? Well, if then we'll act in accordance with the circumstances. I sighed and quickly stood up. Let's go eat something at least. I think that whatever is happening here, food will still be served. Masha gave a barely noticeable smile and followed me. The canteen was jam packed. Even at the lineup, I noticed that there were many more people than there were yesterday. Did all these children really come here? To an abandoned camp? No, there's something really wrong about that. However, food was being distributed, so me and Masha took trays and sat down separately from the others. I ate intently, trying not to raise my head up from the plate and not to look at the surrounding people. However, it didn't help me much. In a couple of minutes, someone showed up near our table. Phew. I barely managed to raise my eyes and saw Lena. Can I? She asked quietly. Yeah, sit yourself. While I was thinking as to how I should answer, Masha pulled out a chair beside her and invited Lena to sit down with a gesture. You weren't yourself this morning, she began anxiously. Well, got up on the wrong side of the bed. Masha laughed nervously. Lena glanced at me and then quickly looked away. So, how's it going? I started with a more general question. Fine. I see. I genuinely had no idea of what can we discuss with her. Plus, Lena indeed looked pretty odd. While she was usually all fun and high spirits, now she looked extremely timid and shy. Did you hear anything about Slavia? What happened? Well, nobody has seen her since yesterday. It's like you two disappeared first, now you are here, but Slavia is. She left long pauses after each of her sentences. I still don't get it. Either it's completely perfect acting, or the being sitting in front of us wasn't our Lena. Nope, we haven't seen her. We haven't seen her. Well, I hope she will be back eventually. Yeah, we hope so too. Let me move a little bit. Slavia. Sasha indeed could lose her way in the broad daylight. That's hardly surprising. I was just finishing eating the rubber-like oatmeal, when suddenly Olga Dmitrievna ran into the canteen, waving her hands. She looked around emotionlessly, and after a glance at me, she finally headed towards our table at a fast walk. Oh, here you are. Let's go have a talk. She hissed below her breath right at my face. Seemed that objecting wasn't worth it, so I got up, nodded to Masha, and we headed after Olga Dmitrievna. After we got outside, she turned around abruptly and said, So, where were you last night? Should you care? I shrugged. I should. Did you know that Slavia is missing? Um, just heard that from Lena. Exactly. I went searching for her and found her. It looked like she was desperately fighting back tears. That's good news then. Come, let me show you, she said quietly and headed in the direction of the forest. I looked at Masha. Maybe we shouldn't. What's wrong with it? However, my inner voice was agreeing with her. All right then, but I'm afraid. Everything will be fine. I tried smiling, but even without a mirror, it was obvious that my smile was so fake that it made me sick. Soon enough, we came to a small glade. There, Olga Dmitrievna pointed at the tree. The fuck? Huh? At, I took a few steps and suddenly spotted a detached human arm. In fact, it wasn't even detached, more like it had been torn off. Masha peered out from behind my shoulder and screamed in terror straight away. Don't look! She burst into tears and rushed into Olga Dmitrievna's arms. I made a considerable effort. I had to look behind the tree to ensure that it was indeed Slavia. Body parts were lying there, an arm, a leg, ruptured in several places, a piece of flesh from the chest, a head with hair clotted with blood and deeply sunken glassy eyes. I felt like vomiting and instinctively averted my gaze. Who did this? How would I know? Said Olga Dmitrievna in surprisingly stone-cold voice. Throughout the camp, you're the only ones without an alibi. Masha continued to cry, now on my shoulder. Wait, you seriously think that we were able to do this? I gazed at her in fury. Now it didn't matter that much what was happening here. Silly jokes or something more serious. A person had been murdered. A person who we knew. Slavia or Sasha, it makes no difference. Well, no. She hesitated. But someone did it after all. I would say some wild animals. Probably wolves. There were never any wolves around. So, you think a human could have done it? Well, there is no one else to blame. No, that makes no sense at all. It just can't. I hugged Masha tighter. Her sobbing became quieter. Anyway, we have to call the police. Of course we have to. Let's go. The dis- the district center is pretty far from the camp. The police won't get here anytime soon. Night was falling. I was still I was sitting at the square and watching the sunset. Masha was sleeping in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It all shocked her much more than us, for many reasons. There were two main questions in my mind. First, what is happening here? And second, who murdered Slavia? Oh, hold on, I didn't catch that. Or Sasha. Anyway, who's the murderer? The first one could be postponed for the time being, but I still had no clue how to deal with the second one. Despite all the confusion, the conclusion of her being savaged by wild beasts seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. I don't care if there are any wolves here or not. It could even be a bear or a badger, but certainly not a human. No one would be able to do something like that without additional tools. And the type of wounds made it clear that the unfortunate victim had been dismembered with bare hands or paws. Though it's true enough that an enraged human can gain nearly superhuman strength, but of all the people gathered here, who would have been able to do something like that? Router? Lena? Maybe Olga Dmitrievna herself? No, that's stupid. But even so, there were many children apart from them in the canteen at the square and at the square. But am I really going to interrogate every single one of them? That's a job for the police. Then what's there to be afraid of? Maybe I'm not afraid for myself, but for Masha. Right, I need to check how she's doing. I was just about to get up when suddenly I sensed someone's presence. I looked back and saw Lena. Oh, I didn't want to scare you. It's okay. Can I sit here? Yes, sit down, please. She fixed her skirt with a neat move, sat down, and started staring at the sunset. How sad this all is. Yeah, not much to rejoice about. What do you think? Who could have done that? How should I know? Certainly not me. No, no, it's not like I suspect you or anything. She began waving her hands in a funny manner. Well, thanks for that. I smiled sadly. But that must have been done by a very cruel, very evil person. Well, not necessarily. Lena glanced at me in confusion. Maybe it was a one off delusion. After all, in everyday life, maniacs can be the nicest of people. So you are saying that. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped a little. That it could have been done by any one of us? Well, I'm not asserting that, that's for sure. But the circle of suspects is quite large. No, none of the children could do that. No one. Anyway, it's up to the police to deal with it. We spent some more time sitting in silence. I was about to leave when Lena suddenly whispered, or could you? What? An unnatural grin appeared on her face. A devil's grin, so I thought. Could you have murdered Slavia? Of course not. But you didn't get along very well. Why do you think so? We were getting along just fine. It suddenly became clear that Lena, most likely, is not talking about me. More precisely, not the me from yesterday, and not the Slavia whose name is Sasha. I was sure about that. No, it wasn't me. Okay, okay, relax. I'm not accusing you. She gave me a look, and then, for a second, her eyes seemed red to me. Maybe it was just a reflection of the sunset. I'm glad you got everything right. But it was you who said that everyone is worth suspecting.
I didn't tell you to suspect everyone. I meant that we don't know who the criminal is yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope I don't become the next victim.
Lena said loudly and burst out laughing. The way she did it gave me the creeps. Yeah, I can attest to that.
Okay, it's time to go.
She got up and swiftly left the square. I chose not to linger and headed to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. It was now completely dark. Masha was still sleeping, so I decided not to wake her and quietly climbed in next to her. Our director, or the camp leader as the local residents kept referring to her, was still nowhere to be seen. If she enters now, it will all get very uncomfortable. Well, it might at the very least. Excuse me. Anyway, who cares? A person has been murdered. That's not the time for such trifles. And anyway, we still have to find out what's going on. Why does everyone keep acting like they're all pioneers? It seems to me that until it becomes clear who the real criminal is, this whole ridiculous carnival won't stop. The real question was, what is the cause and what is the effect? Either everyone keeps pretending because Slavia was murdered. It I still couldn't accept that Sasha was the victim, so I've kept telling myself that it was indeed Slavia. Or Slavia was killed because everyone kept pretending. Damn it. I got lost entirely, and such brainstorming is not going to get me anywhere. What the fuck? The door creaked faintly. Cautiously, I rose on my elbows a bit and peered into the darkness. A few torturous moments passed, but ultimately, no one came in. Well, I guess it's no use to just lie down and wait. Right now, it's probably just the wind blowing or something like that. But this late at night, when everyone is asleep, I stood up, grabbed my trousers in the dark, and looked around. It was hardly probable that I might find something that could be used as means of self-defense here. But at least, but I at least had to give it a try. Rummaging through the cabin's sorry, rummaging through the cabin's contents, I stumbled upon a locked drawer inside the cabinet. Oh, sure, I'd love to find a gun or at least some kind of heavy crowbar here. However, I totally understood that I really shouldn't hold my breath for one. But it had to be locked for a reason. I pushed the cabinet from the wall, estimated where exactly on the back side that drawer was, and gave it a sharp and precise, so I would not make Masha up, kick with my leg. The plywood cracked and something spilled forth from the drawer. Underwear. More underwear. Matches. Oh, they might just come in handy. I shoved the matchbox in my pocket, and at the same moment I heard some strange noises from outside the door, as if some wild animal was scratching on it. Surely, if that was the real criminal, I won't stand a chance against him. But one shouldn't shrug off the possibility that it was the work of a local pioneer, who may have gone crazy or who was just insane from the start. Anyway, I should be still able to knock out any of the local residents, even if he came at me with a knife. Thinking about a weapon gave me the creeps. No, I shouldn't be so overconfident. If I get into an encounter with someone who is, for example, armed with a knife, then I must shut the door, barricade all entrances, and wait for help. He probably couldn't hold on a firearm here, although the door creaked once more and about opened up about an inch. I closed my eyes for a second and violently pulled it open, gathering all my strength. I heard a choked scream and saw Alisa spread eagled on the doorstep. What the fuck does that mean? Hold on. My god. Oh, it's just you. I heaved a sigh of relief. Don't scare people like that. Want to give me a heart attack? She got up, dusted her clothes off slowly, and glanced at me guiltily. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's just it could be dangerous to walk around the camp during the night. What with all this stuff that's happening? I stopped short. Happening implies an ongoing process, as if something was still going to happen. I mean, happened. That's why I came. Alisa was looking at the ground and trembling slightly. It's already late, but Uliana is still nowhere to be seen. She raised her eyes to me, and I saw tears running down her cheeks. Where could she have gone? It wasn't like I was really concerned, but I asked because I felt like I had to calm the situation. It was perfectly clear that there's absolutely nothing to do in this camp at night. If there's electricity available, then everyone watches movies on their laptops. If not, they just read books by candlelight. Wondering about the moon should wandering under the moon shouldn't be on that list. I don't know. Okay, let's think through it without any fuss. I walked over to the table and picked up the clock. It's midnight. Sure, everyone should be already at their cabins by this time. A scary thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Where's Olga Dmitrievna? Let's go outside and talk there. Don't want us to make up my Miko. As we went out, I took a place by the stairs and started to think. Alisa stood beside me, wringing her hands with a pained look on her face as she watched the full moon rise. We have to call the police. We've already called them. But back then it was only Slavia, and now it's also Uliana and Olga Dmitrievna. Have you seen her? No, but what? Is she too? Alisa burst into tears. We still don't know anything, but nevertheless, it's clear that something's going on here. Even if they're not just pretending to be pioneers and something really had happened to the world, right now I could have quite a good chance of departing from it without getting any answers for my questions. So I have to focus on survival. Survival. The word hit me like a sharp pain in the back of the head. Survival. Just yesterday, I didn't need to give the slightest consideration to anything like that. The quiet summer night was raining over everything around us. Not a breath of wind, not a rustle of grass, or a whisper of moving leaves could be heard. Nothing.
just the reflection of the moonlight in the cabin's windows, sparse clouds up in the sky, and yet impenetrable darkness all around. They say that even your gaze, that when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. And the grasshoppers. These damned critters are pulling a double shift on DJing, as if they're constantly on duty. As the day shift, as the day shift winds up, the night shift, who got enough sleep, begins. Then the night ones knock off, and well, yeah, I have to find some insecticide after all. At least I can wipe out a couple of divisions. With any luck, that would get me some quiet living space around this cabin. Sure, I can destroy them all. What the heck? There are probably one of them. Hold on, I'm losing the track of this fucking conversation, of this fucking monologue. Huh. What the heck? There are probably more of them than there are humans in the entire world. Can you hear it? Alisa sat down and huddled up against me. Her entire body was trembling. What? I strained my ears. It seemed that somebody was slowly walking down the path to our cabin. I couldn't make anything out in the dark, but the steps grew more and more audible with every second. Okay, don't sweat it. He won't dare to attack the two of us. Although I wasn't really sure about that. My hands instinctively started to search for something I could use to defend myself. Hey! Sorry. Soon enough, I found a piece of water pipe underneath the bench. It's not much help, of course. It's way too thick and uncomfortable to wield properly, but it's still better than going out empty-handed. The mere sight of this monstrosity would make anyone pee themselves, most likely from laughter. There's nothing I can do. We're as good as sitting ducks here, so I'd rather move out towards the enemy. I couldn't say that I was bursting with courage and valor. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I was really freaking out. It just seemed that I had no other choice. I took a deep breath and slowly headed into the darkness. Soon enough, I could make out more features of the stranger's silhouette. Not very tall, weird hairstyle. Hold on. Not very tall, weird hairstyle, a skirt. That ought to be Lena. I lowered my guard. What are you doing here this late at night? I, I. Lena's face was stained with tears. Come on. I led her to Alisa. As Lena was coming back to her senses, she tried to explain what happened. I was just sitting alone, and it's already quite late, but Miko's still missing. Yet and what happened to Slavia, and the I still just couldn't reconcile this image of Lena, a sobbing girl sitting in front of me, with the one that I saw at the square a few hours ago, with the grin of the devil and hellish flames in her eyes. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe not. By any chance, do you know where Uliana and Olga Dmitrievna are? She raised her surprised eyes to me. No, why, are they also missing? No, so far we can't be sure. Semyon, Semyon. At first I didn't realize that she was addressing me. Huh? Don't you think that it's way too quiet in the camp? It's night. Everyone's sleeping, aren't they? I strained my ears. Indeed, there were no sounds beside these damned grasshoppers. I mean, no sounds whatsoever. What is this place usually like? Quiet, whispered Lena. Quiet, but not this quiet. I couldn't let girls fall into panic, although I was starting to freak out myself. Yet there were a lot of reasons to. Human disappearance into thin air, horrible murders, friends that pretend to be the pioneers until the very end. I was ready to lose it. Okay, let's think rationally. The girls gave me a few questioning looks. Maybe people can, well, people can just disappear without a trace. That means, nope, it doesn't mean anything. Suddenly we heard a rustle in the bushes behind the cabin. Before I could even grab my pipe, Router emerged from the darkness. Ah, here you are. He didn't seem to be all that concerned by all the stuff happening around. Oh Lord, stop jumping out at people like that. The girls are gonna have the heart attack at this rate. Although I wasn't sure who was more frightened, me or them. Yeah, I apologize. Why have you come? Have you seen Shriek? We haven't. Looks like half of the camp just disappeared in the last few hours. Plus, it's too quiet around here. We noticed that already. There's no light anywhere, that silence. Oh, don't you start whipping up the tension here. I feel sick already. What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. He flashed a mysterious smile that gave me the creeps. Okay, you stay here, and I'm gonna scout around the camp. Oh, wrong button. Alone? Yeah, that probably wasn't exactly the brightest idea. I have to think first, then speak. Ahem. Uh, I'll go with you. Okay, then you just stay here, and don't open that. And don't forget that uh, Miko is still sleeping in the cabin. Sir, yes, sir. What a dork. If he gave me that dopey smile in any other situation, well, about half an hour later, our search brought us to the square. All the cabins were empty. Looks like there are only the 5 people of us left in the camp. I limped along with that pipe of mine. It appeared to be so lightweight at first, but after carrying it for some time, I've learned that one can get worn out even carrying a bag of feathers. Oh my god. Where on earth is everyone? Alisa appeared to be more or less calm. Hold on. The horror of the first minutes when we were going from one empty cabin to another had already passed. Well, at least we can be sure that it's not the same case as whatever happened to Slavia. Why is that? Just think. Where are the bodies? I said in a whisper, fearful of scaring her. But where is everyone then? Disappeared? Hardly a credible explanation. But if you think about it, nothing whatsoever can nothing whatsoever that's happened during the last 24 hours has been credible. They couldn't just go and just like that. It's not like anything's up to us now. And in any case, tomorrow is still another day. I tried to put on a smile. Let's rejoin the others. Yeah, agreed Alisa with a hint of indecisiveness. We'd only taken a few steps when a rustle in the bushes came from behind. I instantly turned around and peered towards the source of sound. Alisa clung to my hand so hard it hurt, and I tightened my grip on the pipe. Who's there? No idea. I strained my eyes, but still couldn't make out anything in the darkness. Hey! I had no idea what to do next. The rustling suddenly cut off, and the night returned to its usual the usual cricket fiddling. Could it be some wild animal?
I wondered with a feeling of insecurity. Up.
Wild animal? She gripped my hand even tighter. But there are no wild animals around here. Um, a squirrel, for example? I don't know. A squirrel? Yeah, a squirrel. Well, maybe. Shall we go? Yeah. Ah. A minute later, we were approaching Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. Router and Lena remained silent and just shuddered slightly when they saw us. So, how is it? No one's out there. What do you mean, no one? Everyone's gone, said Elisa through her tears. The girl the girls rushed into each other's arms and I sat next to the router, finally dropping that abhorrent pipe of mine to the ground. It's just that simple? Just that simple. But how? I really don't know. Maybe it's an alien abduction? What nonsense! Wanna play detective, Sherlock? Well, it could be the same maniac. It's some kind of way too much for just one man, don't you think? Oh, hold on. It's kind of way too much for one man. I guess you're right, but who? What is it then? I still could turn. It still could turn out to be just a stupid prank. And Slavia too? That's all just a stupid prank? No, she was definitely murdered by someone. But who? He gave me a narrow gaze. I have no idea. Maybe it was you. I was starting to get wound up. Or you? Not me for sure. How can you prove it? Why on earth should I have to explain myself to you? You're the only one without an alibi. Ah, so you do have an alibi, eh? I was in my cabin at night. Shrek can prove it. Sure, but Shrek's temporarily unavailable. Router gritted his teeth and turned away. Anyway, I'm the one with an alibi here, and I'm not going to justify myself here. I'm sure about myself. It's great to believe in yourself. I'm also sure about myself, and Miku can prove me right. I was with her all the time. Not exactly the best witness. Just as good as yours. I have no idea how long we could have argued like that if Lena hadn't intervened in the conversation. Boys, come on. That's enough. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, indeed, now is not the best time for something like this. Anyway, we should stick together. Will it help keep us from disappearing? Asked asked Alisa timidly. I'm not sure about all that disappearance stuff, but at least it should help us stay alive. I glanced at my watch. It's almost 4 o'clock. The sun will be rising soon. Okay, squad, time to hit the hay, or we're gonna end up totally wiped out. But no buts. Nobody else tried to object, and we entered the cabin quietly. Huh? What's happening? Seems like we woke Masha up. It's okay, keep sleeping. But she was already sitting up on the bed and staring blankly at our little party. Well, you see, there's. They're all gone, disappeared. Everyone's gone. Lena burst into tears and flung her arms around Masha's neck. What? What's going on? Can you speak clearly? Well, long story short, I cracked my neck and compulsively reached for the cigarettes in my pocket. Finding none, I heaved a sigh of frustration and said, "It looks like there's just five of us left in this camp." Meaning everyone in this room. Rejoice! Captain Obvious has returned. You're gonna keep watch first. Eh? Oh, nothing. Do you really think that it's safe for everyone to sleep at the same time? Well, it isn't, but exactly. I handed him the pipe and slowly approached the bed where Lena was still sobbing in Masha's arm. Well, if you don't mind, I slipped my boots off, climbed over the girls, and turned towards the wall. But how? Anyhow, sleep. I was so exhausted, both physically and, more importantly, emotionally, that I was unable to do anything, think anything, communicate with anybody. I was desperate to get some sleep. Way too desperate. Masha's whispers, Lena's sobs, Alisa's voice, all that has somehow melted in one quiet lullaby, and so I fell asleep. Dot dot dot. Whew. Damn. Oh. Okay, let's see how far we can push it because I am not sure how long it is until we finish the route. Maybe we can finish it today in one fell swoop. Maybe we don't. Uh, I don't know. Let me check. I mean, hold on. I need to do something real quick. Um, okay, that's it. Let's just see how far we can get. But by my guesstimate, it's probably not that long, maybe an hour or so. I was forcibly awakened by someone doing their best to shake me. Physically shake me, that's it. Router was leaning over me and nudging my shoulders. What? It's your turn now. How long have I slept? About an hour? Only an hour? Stay on your watch. I'm already dozing off. Yeah, an infinite power source wouldn't hurt for our Roger. Although it wouldn't hurt for me too. Okay, fine. I rose with considerable effort, climbed over Lena and Masha, who slept with their arms around each other, and jumped down from the floor to the floor. I'm sorry. The room seemed slightly brighter. The morning's coming. Yeah. Right. Router tried to get to my place, but I grabbed him by the collar, threw him down on the floor, and gave him a blanket and a pillow. So you can, and you cannot. Come to think about it, why can't he? Anyway, it's not that important now. I took the chair, dragged it to the door, sat down, and started to wait. Anticipation seemed to be the best word to describe what I was feeling. Any moment now, the door will burst open and a maniac will break into the room, or the last residents of this camp will disappear. Or will disappear. In any case, something will happen. I deeply felt that. Raptor was snoring his head off. The girls were sleeping securely, and I was starting to doze off too. I clenched the pipe harder. The feeling of cold metal against my bare skin somehow brought me back to my senses.
I must not sleep. I'm their only hope now, and my own too. But it's so hard to resist. Just a couple of minutes. Hope. My eyes seem to have a life of their own, opening and closing spontaneously as my mind wandered. A rustling came from behind the door. No, I must have just imagined that. It's not just those damned grasshoppers. What are they still up to? Maybe it's the grasshoppers to blame? They fell upon the camp like a swarm of locusts and devoured everybody. A vision of me being devoured by grasshoppers unfolded in my mind. A disgusting storm was brewing in my head. Their long legs, their wings, a huge head, and their eyes filled with darkness. Eyes reflecting the abyss. Just look a grasshopper in the eye, and you'll never be the same again. That's how it happens. I'm running away, and they are after me. There are thousands of them, millions. I'm desperately jumping over the pits and gullies, climbing hills and rocks. They don't care. They've got wings. Yeah, these filthy things that make that nasty rattle. Probably they wouldn't need their teeth anyway. They just have to flap those horrible wings faster and faster, summoning the sonic wave of the apocalypse. No, I just can't block out this hellish noise anymore. I'm falling, desperately trying to cover my ears with my hands. Please stop it, somebody. I was woken by a sharp pain in the back of my head. Opening my eyes, I realized that I was lying sprawled on the floor. It looks like I fell asleep and slipped off my chair. It was 9 o'clock. God damn it, it looks like I was sleeping for 5 hours straight. Anything could have happened. Horrified, I patted myself down, and everything seemed to be in its place. Phew, that was close. I shook our squad awake. My turn already? You sleep too much while I've been sitting here all night long. Sure, that was a lie, but telling them that I spent the night running for my life from the grasshoppers definitely wasn't an option. I'm sorry. Router hung his head. Don't worry about it. Oh, I'm hungry as hell. Masha stretched out and gave me a cute smile. And, why are you all here? Don't you remember anything? Nope. What's the matter? Everyone's gone, said Alisa gloomily. Say what? Everyone's gone. Vanished into thin air. Masha glanced out of the window and said nothing. Seems like she remembered now. Well, getting something to eat indeed is a fine idea. Nobody was going to object. It's not like I was in the mood to eat, same as everyone else, but ultimately, everyone knew that we had to keep ourselves running. Soon enough, we were sitting in the canteen, quietly digging into whatever we could find. Um, want me to cook something? Inquired Masha quietly. Let's wait for lunch. For now, it's fine. She gave me a disappointed look. Okay, so what are we going to do? We have to get out of here. But the police. We have to get out of here, I repeated stubbornly. But how? Bus. It's highly unlikely that one will come. It doesn't run too often. At least there should be a timetable somewhere around here. I tried to remember if I've ever seen the bus map or its timetable somewhere. Probably not. Then we'll go on foot. Anything's better than staying here. But it's a long way to... Well, we might hitch a lift. Here? In the middle of nowhere? I doubt that. Oh, stop with the drama. Although, thinking about it, it's exactly the right time for drama. I'm not being dramatic, but that's it. End of story. What are we gonna say when we reach the city? We'll tell them the truth. We came to shoot the movie and then. Uh, what movie? Okay, stop fooling around, will ya? I buried my face in my hands, feeling run down. Uh, Even it was kind of funny yesterday, although it really wasn't, you can stop it now. I don't get you. Oh, you're still going to keep pretending that you came here not to shoot a movie, but to role play as a pioneer? I don't understand a thing. Alisa swept her surprised gaze across everyone. But we are pioneers. What pioneers, for God's sake? Masha, who had kept silent so far, butted in. It's the 21st century out there. Yeah, right, pioneers. 21st? Looks like we're indeed in a deep mess. So, you're all gonna say that you are, well, we are, normal pioneers who just came here on vacation for a week or so? A heavy silence followed. Well, yes? I cast a look at Masha. It looks like she doesn't know how to react either. I signaled to her, pointing at the door. Excuse us for a second. Having gone outside, I asked, what do you think? Well, she adopted the pose of an ancient Greek thinker. It looks like they genuinely believe that, and some folks that name Simeon and Miku were in our shoes until yesterday. Some. Well, I guess you're more familiar with them than I am. Oh, come on. I interrupted her. Couldn't you come up with a more feasible theory? I still have absolutely no theories at all. I no longer know what to think. Me neither. But anyway, all hell is breaking loose here, even without taking pioneers into account. Murders! Dozens of people disappearing without a trace. That ought to be our top priority now. I looked closely at Masha. I wonder how can she keep such a cool head under these circumstances. Sure, I'm also trying to keep calm, but that means what? Let's leave this issue for later. But at least a wild guess? I guess it's somehow connected to the disappearances. It's safe to assume that one or even two or three humans couldn't deal with so many people at once. Agreed. It might be that this phenomenon somehow affected them. Might be. Anyway, it's easier to believe in that than, for example, that we're in a parallel reality or something. You know, by now I'm willing to believe in anything. Then let's stick to this theory for now. Okay, let's go. You go ahead, I'll be back in a minute. It's dangerous to be all alone. Seriously, what's so dangerous? Broad daylight and everyone's around here. Okay. She gave me a faint smile and headed back to the canteen. But still, her behavior is also quite odd. It looks like the last few days changed everything and everyone, including Masha. Yesterday, shock, fear, and trembling. Today, cold and sensible reasoning. Damn, she's even more self assured than me. Could it just be a good sleep? No, there's something wrong with her, too. Sure, she doesn't think that she's a pioneer like everyone else does, but still, if something has happened to them, then maybe it also happened to me. No, no, it can't be. Everything seems to be fine. I've double checked my body and found no abnormalities. Okay, I have to keep calm and control myself. I got up and was about to return to the canteen when
Suddenly, I heard a tiny voice from behind my back, as if somebody was calling for me. I got down from the porch and took a step towards the voice. Somebody was peering at me from behind a tree. Okay, what the fuck is going on in this route? Oh, also, my camera is frozen. Hold on. Hold on just a second. While I change the batteries. Okay, it was fucking Uliana. No, not Uliana, but something that looked like her. The fuck is that route? Oh my god. I froze in my tracks. Half of her face was torn and hanging down in shreds. Her grinning jaw trembled nervously as if in laughter. A bloodshot eye, hanging half out of its socket, suddenly swiveled its pupil to look at me. I stopped breathing. It felt like I was gonna die right now due to the shock. Simeon. That thing that seemed to be Uliana was calling for me. My legs began to give out. I tried hard not to collapse, tried to scream, tried to run away, but my consciousness had already left a body that now was just a rag doll, moving by the will of an invisible puppet master. One more second and... Hey! I instinctively turned towards the ward, caught sight of Masha standing on the porch, and then instantly looked back to Uliana. But she was gone. Masha seemed to notice the deathly pallor upon my face and jumped over to me in the blink of an eye. What? What happened? I just saw Uliana. There. I pointed my finger towards the tree. Sure, the sight of the butchered Slavia was indeed gruesome, but at least she was dead and not walking around in broad daylight with her face torn apart, and she wasn't calling me by name, even if the name wasn't my own. The last ounces of my strength deserted me, and I collapsed to my knees. What? Where? Masha was shaking me by the shoulders. It wasn't her. That was... I don't know. Get a hold of yourself. I felt a round arm slap. Hold on. I felt a round arm slap hit me in the face, and gave Uliana Masha a question. Sorry, some brain fart there. My cheek burned, but I slowly started to regain my composure. Uliana was there. With her face, basically it was a zombie. Yeah, zombie Uliana. That's the most rational explanation I can give. Masha looked at me, dumbfounded. Anything can happen here. If you'd seen her yourself... Oh, thank God I didn't. Come on, I'll get you some water. I described my encounter with that creature in detail to everyone. I can tell you one thing. Science can't explain whatever's going on here at the moment. Science? It's outrageous devilry happening here. The hand of Satan. I wish we had a church nearby to light a candle. I can't believe you're saying that, Elisa. That's, like, so not like you. Lena said nothing, resorting to quiet sobbing. It's almost completely recovered. I'd almost completely recovered, and now I was able to think straight. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Now it's perfectly clear to me that we have to get out of here. Well, I'm not a real scientist, let alone a paranormalist, but if I recall it correctly, all these demons and spirits are bound to a certain place. Therefore, if we get away from this place. Now, that's an excellent solution. Masha grinned skeptically. I agree, I exclaimed, ignoring her. Yeah, Lena just gave a barely noticeable nod. So, it's all settled. I slammed my fist on the table and surged to my feet. Hold on, it's not like we all agreed on that. Why would we hesitate? I seriously wouldn't want a second encounter with that thing, with a thing like that. Where will we go? Do you even realize how long it will take to reach the city on foot? Damn it, do you really think that nobody ever rides that road? A car, a bus, whatever, will get something eventually. I wouldn't be so sure. So you think that it's better to stay here? Well, I didn't say that. It's scary here, especially at night. Lena whispered quietly. That still doesn't mean that we have to go anywhere, said Masha out loud. I gave her a narrow look. No, something has surely changed in her. Perhaps I should have a gentle talk with her about it. Or perhaps I shouldn't? Maybe she's also... Okay, let's take a vote. I said that in a quite a confident tone, yet I still had my doubts. What if Masha is right? Perhaps we shouldn't be running around aimlessly. On the one hand, I have no idea what awaits us beyond the gates of this camp. On the other hand, it's really all hell breaking loose here. Okay, she shrugged. And still, I won't stand for another minute here. Leaving. Staying. Let's try it. Maybe we'll indeed get lucky and catch a ride. Leaving. Everyone turned their eyes towards Lena. I don't want to stay here. It seems like my decision wasn't going to affect the outcome anyway. So let's get going. Well, I sprang to my feet. Everyone else remained seated with their heads down. Since we decided, Masha got up slowly and looked at me. What about our stuff? Asked Elisa awkwardly. Do you really think that we should care now? Mumbled Router gloomily. Well, you're probably right. Well, in my case, my stuff has already vanished somewhere. In a few minutes, we were all standing at the bus stop. The city? The city is that way. Masha gestured at the horizon. It was there the day before yesterday. I grinned. Yeah, that way, Router confirmed. We paused in silence for a few moments and then slowly headed off towards our destination. The summer sun was unbearably scorching, making the asphalt melt. Everything a few hundred feet away, the road, the trees, the grass, the sky, was melting in a bright heat haze that looked more like a burning fog. I was streaming with sweat and was starting to think that I was getting sunstroke. Sure, it would have been a great idea to bring more water with us, but back when we were setting only things but back when we were setting, only things we could think of was getting our asses as far as possible from that damn camp. I'm sorry, I'm just zoned out for that sentence. Eventually, I felt like I was about to lose consciousness. Only the wretched thrills of the grasshoppers kept me in touch with reality. Of course, this hellish noon is indeed their favorite part of the day.
They couldn't care less about the scorching heat, zero humidity, or the lack of any kind of air movement. On the contrary, they felt great. It was a perfect backdrop for the final act of their last apocalyptic symphony. We probably should have stayed in the camp after all, or at least we should have started this hike later, closer to the evening. Although wandering the unknown country road at night is hardly a good idea either. The sound of a stifled cry came from behind me. 100 feet away, Elisa was barely holding up Lena, keeping her from collapsing to the ground. I dashed up to them. What's the matter? She f- she fainted. I helped to carry Lena to the roadside. There was at least some shade from a small grove. And that concludes our hike, said Masha in a gloomy mood, sinking down to the grass. I warned you. Fine, but what does it change now? We'd been traveling for at least a couple of hours, so thinking of heading back to the camp was pointless. Well, at least until the evening when the heat will decrease a bit. And we still haven't seen a single car. I turned around and looked at Router. He pulled off his shirt and began to wring the sweat out of it. Alisa was trying to revive Lena. If that's sunstroke... Stop! She shouted at me. If that's indeed sunstroke, we've gotten ourselves in deep trouble. She won't make it anywhere. I walked towards the road, shielded my eyes from the sun with my hand, and stared into the distance. Nothing but the same asphalt thread leading beyond the horizon, with no signs of civilization, or any signs of human presence at all. It was like we're the only people left, not only in the camp, but in the whole world. Sorry. Though if you think about it, though if you think about what has happened before, it's really not a big surprise. I went back to the others and sat down on the log. I guess we have to scout ahead. I looked at Router to check what's ahead. Maybe we could find something, and you just stay here for a while. But she can't go anywhere right now anyway. Lena was lying with her eyes closed and gasping for air. Okay, go ahead, said Masha calmly. It just occurred to me that I'd planned to have a talk with her, but it's definitely not the time for that now. Let's go. Router shrugged his shoulders and followed me. Whoop, sorry. We kept walking for about 15 minutes. The girls were left far behind. What do you think? Any chance of us meeting anybody? He asked quietly. I don't know, I replied in an annoyed tone. I really wanted to refrain from talking now. The endless fields stretched to the horizon, sparsely sprinkled with patches of trees and hills. The landscape looked so typical and tranquil that, in fact, it caused anxiety. If we'd found ourselves on the plains of hell, at least we would expect to be attacked from just anywhere, so we could brace ourselves and prepare for the worst. Now we felt just like little droplets of paint on the canvas of a nameless painter who paints the summer in central Russia. Or wherever we are right now. All this only made our fear stronger. Look! Yelled Router. I narrowed my eyes and saw that the road took a turn. So, what's so special? There must be something there. What makes you think that? Well, since there's a turn, we've been walking straight forward all the time, and now... Okay, let's go and take a look. In a few minutes, we finally came to
to the gates of the Savionik pioneer camp. This must be the insanity route. I have no other explanation for what is going on in in Miku's route. I mean, we got a pretty normal ending with Elisa. Now we got, now that we've gotten to Miku, it's just, what the fuck is going on? Let me fucking check if that's right. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's no, uh, yeah, there's no deviation from it. It's, there's only one ending. Not like there are not not like the case with other few routes. Not few with all the other routes. Uh okay. Wow. This is such a drastic turn from what we've seen already. I mean, we've only finished one route so far, but this is fucking like in 180 degrees turn from what I've expected. Okay. Okay, we came to the Savionik Pioneer Camp. I collapsed. I collapsed down the curb and buried my face in my hands. I didn't feel scared. In fact, I didn't feel any emotions at all. Just the fatigue and the void inside of me. But, how? Mumbled Router. No idea. Besides, what's the difference anyway? It's not like this is any stranger than anything else that's happened to me in the last few days. I looked up at him, feeling exhausted. Router's lips were trembling. An expression of deathly horror was plastered on his face. Let's go back and fetch the girls. I didn't wait for him. I just shuffled off back to where we left them. Found anything? Asked Masha, chewing on some strawberries of uncertain origin. We did. A camp. What camp? She looked surprised. Our camp. What? Masha looked so silly now, so I couldn't help flashing an ironic smile. But you were going forward, not backward. Forward, and Savionik is there. Hey, stop joking, she exclaimed. I'm dead serious. But, said Elisa quietly. She was sitting down on the grass and cradling the head of Lena, who was still sleeping. Yeah, just like that, I said tiredly and dropped down to the ground. Okay, it means we're heading there. I looked at Masha keenly and suddenly realized that I can't wait anymore. Hey, what's happening with you? What do you mean? Her look screamed that now isn't the time for breezy chatter. You were scared to death yesterday, yet today you have this happens to me all the time attitude. But what's the point in panicking? She cracked a barely visible smile. If I didn't know you. I went quiet, bit my lip, and turned away. But really, do I know her that well? Sure, we spent so many years together, but if you get down to it, I always thought more about myself. Or rather, I always believed that she was completely satisfied. And she was always the same to me. The same as just about anything, even when we were breaking up, as if she wasn't a real person, just my
favorite article of clothing. Thinking about it, I have no idea what's going on in her soul. I just never cared about it. Thus, her behaving like this under the circumstances doesn't seem more bizarre than anything else that's happening to us. And if you think about it, that talk at the beach 2 evenings ago, she probably really is stronger than me. Hey, are you listening to me at all? Oh, sorry, I got carried away. So much has happened. She looked at me sternly. Let's get going to the camp, or wherever you were, if that's the same old camp. All right. In fact, it's not like we had any other choice. A few more hours in this scorching heat would only yield more casualties. But we have to carry her along. Yeah, just a sec. Let me figure it out. I found two fairly long and sturdy sticks in the nearby grove. Coming back, I ordered Router to take his shirt off. He tried to object, but soon enough he realized that there was no use in arguing. I took off my shirt as well, and we made a sort of stretcher, attaching the fabric to the poles. Will it hold? Masha gave our device a questioning look, but ultimately gave it a few strong pulls, ensuring its strength, and smiled. It will, at least until we reach the camp. Hmm. It was hard to do this in this heat, to go in this heat, but it was even harder to carry the injured, that is, Lena. Several times I almost fainted and barely caught myself halfway to the ground. Router felt even worse. Both Masha and Alisa were swapping places with him every now and then. Still, my pride won't allow me to ask them to carry Lena even for a minute. Sure, it's silly to act like this under these circumstances, but I couldn't help myself. This is yet another flaw in my personality, along with coldness, inattentiveness to the others, even my loved ones, and other less than noble traits. Finally, we somehow made it to the camp gates, and I collapsed to the grass in the shadow of the unknown pioneer statue, completely worn out. It actually is our camp, Masha lingered on the words. And indeed, it looks the same. We have to carry her. We have to carry her to the cabin, Elisa mentioned quietly. Yeah. I got up with considerable effort and prepared for the last run. The obvious choice was Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, most likely because we managed to come through the last night here without major problems. At least we are still alive. Me and Router were sprawled exhausted on the bed, and the girls were undressing Lena on the other. Don't look, said Masha sternly. It's not like there's anything worth looking at. I snorted and turned away, giving Router a harsh poke on the ribs, making him follow my lead. We're gonna get some water and probably rummage through the canteen too. It's dangerous to go alone. Wanna come along? She grinned. No, thanks. At least take that pipe with you, I said uncertainly. Do you really think it will help? I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. Well, be careful then. The door closed after a second. You asleep? Router's whisper reached me. As if one could sleep here. Okay, that's nothing. All at once, I heard Lena moan from the other bed. I sat up on my elbows and looked at her. Lena was tossing and turning under the blanket. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and abruptly turned to face me.
A devil's grin was frozen on her face. The same one I saw yesterday evening. Hot enough for ya, eh? She burst into laughter. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My ability to speak vanished. You, you, what? Asked Crowther through his sleep. I turned to him sharply. Look! I waved my hands, pointing at Lena's bed. What? He got up and looked where I was pointing first, then back at me. I turned and just saw Lena sleeping peacefully. Didn't you hear it? What? Her. Lena was awake and said, "Oh, it seems like you've got sunstroke too." He turned towards the wall. I'm sorry. But I'm absolutely sure that I heard and saw it. Well, it could be true that the heat got to me at last, but it all seems to be exactly like that time. And it wasn't Lena. At the very least, it's not the Lena I knew, as if she's possessed by the devil. Ha! I lay down and pulled a blanket over my head. I really wanted to sleep, but the realization that I might never wake up again if I fall asleep now was keeping me up and running. I'm not sure how long I spent lying like that, trembling at every rustle, but eventually the door burst open and steps resounded in the room. Hold on a second. I barely peered out from under the blanket and caught a glimpse of Alisa and Masha entering with a bucket of water and some bags. I see you went a bit cuckoo here. I mean, yeah, sorta, I replied with a trembling voice, trying to flash a smile. Everything's okay? Seems like it. I glanced at Lena yet again, but she was still sleeping quietly. Maybe it was indeed just my imagination? Sure, given a condition of such extreme emotional stress and physical fatigue, I might be seeing things. I got up and, with considerable effort again, took a cup from the table and scooped up some water. So, what are we doing next? Excuse me. Well, we'll have to stay here for now. But Olga Dmitrievna has called the police, muttered Elisa. Yeah, but everyone disappeared after that. In any case, until Lena comes to her senses. Although, if I ever happen to see her like that again, I would frankly rather that she doesn't wake up. Elisa lay down on Lena's bed, and Masha sat down next to me. Get some sleep. She gently stroked the top of my head. Can you really sleep with all this happening? I'll keep guard. You look really tired. I guess she was right. Okay, but just a nap? Wake me up before evening. She didn't say a word, just smiled instead. Promise. I promise, replied Masha quietly. I closed my eyes and instantly tumbled into a dream. Here they come again, the grasshoppers. This time it's their king, a huge swamp green monstrosity with real long curved legs, wings that would match the wingspan of a large airliner, and enormous peach black eyes. And, sorry, I misread that. He was hanging over me, grinning and spluttering something really loud. I still didn't understand anything of their language, but judging by the tone,
It wasn't anything nice that you would hear on the morning news. I wanted to get any. I want. What? To get any what? I wanted to get away, but he clutched me tightly with his wretched claw. I could hear my bones cracking, feel my ribs breaking, piercing my internal organs with their sharp splinters. I felt hundreds of hammers smashing inside my skull. My vision faded, and the next moment, fountains of blood and flesh were spraying all over the place. Huh, what a nice dream. Wow, I hope you had a good night's sleep. that, what the fuck? Okay. I jumped up in a cold sweat. My own scream still reverberated in the room. It took me several seconds to clear the dimness from my eyes. I looked around frantically and realized that it was evening already and it was completely dark outside. Good grief, we didn't turn off the light yesterday. Masha was lying asleep next to me while Router was curled up on the floor. Lena was lying on the other bed, tightly wrapped in the blanket. Yet Alisa was nowhere to be seen. Hey! I woke Masha up with a few rough prods. Oh, she slowly came to her senses. Didn't I ask you? Sorry, I fell asleep. She had such a guilty expression on her face that I felt sick. I shouldn't have relied on her. At least I could have set up an alarm. I woke up Router up. Where's Alisa? I don't know, said Masha worriedly. Well, who does know? We were all asleep. Well, she was sleeping here and then. Her eyes started to run guiltily. And then you fell asleep. She hung her head and let out a heavy sigh. Oh, perfect. Just perfect. I pounded my fist on the table, making Masha jump. Okay, you sit here and we'll go and find her. Alone? Her face suddenly took on an expression of fright. Alone. Wasn't it you who told me that it's not worth panicking? Yeah, but it's not. Oh, fine, I'll go alone. But. Or do you really want to sit here with only Lena? Masha kept silent. It's dangerous to go alone. I noticed that Router seemed to have fully awakened. And it's not dangerous for her to sit here all alone. I felt that there was no point in arguing, so I got up, grabbed my trusty pipe, and headed for the door. In any case, given that people have been disappearing into thin air, one can't feel safe anywhere or in any company. Of course, it still could turn out that Alisa just went somewhere, to the toilet, for example. Although, given how frightened she looked, I guess she would have woken up Masha or just have held it till morning. Damn, anything but going all alone through the camp. I braced myself, pulled the handle, and went outside. I swept my eyes across the landscape and then. I saw Alisa. Is this the genocide route or something? Why did no one tell me? Why did no one tell me that this is a genocide route, basically? Oh, come on. Okay, I saw Alisa hanging high above the ground from the tree right in front of the cabin. A sharp pain pierced my temples and I collapsed to the ground. The horror was so overwhelming that I literally felt my whole body being bound in steel chains. Blinded with fear, I barely managed to crawl back into the cabin and close the door. What happened? Masha rushed over to me. Don't look. I grasped her arm. Don't go outside. What's the matter? She reached out to the door handle. I attempted to stop her, but I was so weak that I could only let out a groan of despair. Opening the door, Masha screamed and froze in her tracks. Gathering my last ounces of strength, I got up and kicked the door shut. The next moment, Masha fainted and fell back into my arms. I carried her to the bed and put down next to the shaking router. His face told me that he is definitely not interested in knowing what happened there. All these screams woke Lena up. She rose slightly in her bed and gave us a glance.
What's happening?
She asked me in a whisper. I didn't know how I should reply. I felt a scream rising up in my throat, but I managed to muffle it to a hollow sigh. Lena was horrified, but she still didn't realize what exactly had happened here. Don't go outside, I moaned. Unlike Masha, she wasn't one to argue. An oppressive silence ensued. Even the grasshoppers seemed to quiet down in order to add suspense to the situation. Masha was still lying on my lap, Rother was quivering in the corner of the bed, and Lena was sitting in front of me with an expression of doom and despair on her face. I stared at the door with an unblinking gaze, waiting for the moment it will burst open, and my fear couldn't manifest it in any concrete form. A homicidal maniac, a monster, an alien. It was the horror of the unknown, darkness and emptiness. I wasn't afraid that I would be torn to pieces just like Slavia, or I would become a zombie like Uliana. I was afraid to disappear, vanish without a trace from this world. Masha let out a quiet moan.
I just had such a nightmare.
It wasn't a dream. She opened her eyes wide and looked at me with horror.
Then, there.
Don't look, I shouted and hastily embraced her. Lena started crying loudly, ran up and pressed herself against me, trembling all over. Long minutes dragged on in agonizing silence.
So, what are we going to do now?
Asked Masha through her tears. She didn't seem so self-confident now, although we were all in the same situation. Time passed, yet nothing happened. We had to make a decision. I couldn't say that I came back to my senses after what I saw, but I still felt my mind clearing up a bit. I knew one thing for certain. We can't stay here. And it wasn't because it was more dangerous here than anywhere else. It's just because I can't endure staying near the corpse of Elisa. I bet it's even more of a gut-wrenching experience for the girls. We have to go, I said quietly. I felt Masha and Lena hugging me even tighter. We have to. Rauder stopped shaking and left the bed. How are you feeling? I asked Lena. She said nothing. Can you walk?
Probably.
I gently escaped their embraces and got up. We have to run. At night, it will be easier to go.
But we.
Masha tried to make a humble objection. Yeah, I know that we decided to stay, but now we have to get out of here. I turned to Router. You do realize that they shouldn't see all that. He gave a barely visible nod. Although Router didn't know what happened to Elisa, it was obvious that his vivid imagination had conjured up so many gruesome theories excuse me, during this time that he was probably even more depressed than me. Okay, we're gonna hold hands and go. I'll go first and lead the way. Masha goes next, then Lena, then you. I looked at the girls. They were sitting with their heads hanging down, sobbing quietly.
Ready? Nobody replied. This was obviously a useless question. One can never be ready for such a situation. I took Masha's hand, turned around, and gave Lena and Router a serious look. Now, shut your eyes and don't open them, no matter what. You got that? Yeah. Lena nodded. I steeled myself, burst open the door, and went out, holding Masha's hand. Watch out for the steps. When we made our way outside, I darted a final glance at Elisa. What I saw now didn't send me sprawling on the ground, although my heart was racing frantically. I was feeling sick and dizzy, and my stomach turned. Hold on. Okay, here. She was hanging about 5 meters above the ground. Several neckerchiefs tied together in a string were tightened around her throat. Bulging eyes, protruding tongue, putrefactions already at work on the body. It looked like she didn't die a couple of hours ago, but at least a couple of days. An expression of agony and inhuman suffering was permanently frozen on her face. It was clear that she couldn't have done such a thing to herself. My God, who came up with all this? Maybe we are in hell. I hastened my steps away from the diabolical scene, dragging the others along. I ordered them to open their eyes only when we reached the square. She's still there? Asked Masha, not letting go of my hand. I've just nodded. Who? Alisa? Lena cried out loud and burst in tears. Masha embraced her and tried to comfort her. What happened to her? Muttered Router with a faltering tongue. I bet you don't want to know that. For a while I just stood there and looked at the moon. Lena was sobbing. Router was pacing in circles around us, and Masha sat down on the bench and buried her face in her hands. Okay, it's time, I said quietly, yet nobody moved. We can't stay here. I walked to Masha, leaned over, and took her hand. She raised her eyes, filled with tears, at me and nodded. Sorry. We slowly proceeded to the bus stop. Night has fallen on the camp. Along the way, I noticed that the grasshoppers were almost quiet. Keeping silent for some time, now they resumed their nasty song, but this time it was much quieter and, I might say, a little bit more respectful. Their daytime progressive noise changed to a nocturne for violin and orchestra. Is there any chance they're conscious about what's going on here? Of course, if we assume that there are grasshoppers in hell too. We came to the bus stop and stopped, hesitating. So, where are we going? Asked Masha, wiping her tears. Okay, we already tried going to the right. Let's go to the left. But there's no town there. And just a couple of days ago, there was no camp to the right. Maybe we shouldn't. Lena sobbed quietly. We have no choice. I won't stay here any longer. We were just about to get moving when we heard noises approaching us from far away. Is this the bus?
I strained my eyes and caught a glimpse of someone coming here down the road.
A bus!
Exclaimed Raptor with joy in his voice.
Shut up, you fool! That's not a bus. People are approaching.
I hissed at him.
Lots of people, said Masha anxiously.
It was utterly clear that we shouldn't stay here any longer. I turned around and saw someone approaching us down the road from the other direction too. The noise was getting louder. The chirping of grasshoppers. Although not their usual one, a much louder, distorted version, as if it had been passed through a guitar amplifier. "Run!" I shouted, but nobody moved.
Oh, screw it!
I grabbed Masha's and Lena's hands and darted off back into the camp. The girls were floundering in a stupor, so I ended up literally dragging them along. Having dashed to the square, I stopped to catch some breath, and only then did I realize that Router has been left behind.
We have to go back to get him!
Masha screamed and shifted towards the bus stop.
Are you nuts?
I pulled her hand and forced her to stop.
You want us all to meet the same fate?
Lena was trembling so wildly that I felt my right hand shaking as it held hers. Sorry, brain fog.
Keep running. Where to?
Don't know. Into the woods. Returning to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin wasn't an option. My self-preservation instinct also suggested that we shouldn't stay in the open area as well. We dashed towards the woods. I held girls' hands tightly. They ran with difficulty, especially Lena, who was swaying and weaving. She fell a few times, but I quickly picked her up, spurring her on with shouts, and dragged her on. Passing through the trees was the hardest part. Though the full moon was shining up in the sky, in the dark, I was still constantly running into snags, branches, falling into pits. Nettles were slashing my legs, and leaves were hitting me in the face, leaving painful scratches. My heart was pounding heavily. Every breath I took whistled painfully in my lungs. The blood was pouring so heavily in my head that it seemed like my skull was ready to burst from pressure at any moment. I stopped feeling my body. My legs carried me forward by themselves. At last, we ran out into a clearing and stopped. Exhausted, the girls fell to the ground, and I sat on a falling tree. Who were they? People or demons? Or something else? And where was that chirping sound coming from? I couldn't make them out in the twilight, but that was probably for the best. After I slightly recovered my senses, I walked up to the girls. Let me sip. Lena was lying dead white on the ground. Seems like she'd completely lost it. Masha was sitting, hugging her knees and rocking from side to side. "We've got to do something," I said as I sat next to her.
It's too late. We're gonna die,
she whispered in a hollow voice. "We're still alive? That means there's still hope."
No, there's nothing now. It's all over.
I put my arms around her and held her tight. "No, it's not." I sat, staring into the darkness of the forest. Oof. Wow. The grasshoppers could barely be heard now. If not for Masha's labored breathing, I would think I was dead. "Forgive me," she whispered quietly. "For what?"
For everything. For me being like that. For whatever we failed to achieve. It's not the right time for that now, I said tenderly. We don't have much time left, so I'd say it's the right time. She looked up at me and in faint and faintly smiled. Excuse me for just 1 second here. Okay. Forgive me. If only I hadn't been so selfish in the first place. I looked into her eyes, her bottomless, sorrowful eyes, and I felt a hot tear crossing my cheek. No, it's me who should be sorry. I was totally ignorant of what to say in such a situation. I did so much wrong to her, caused her so much pain, and now, at the last minute, I can't think of anything other than an empty I'm sorry. I was overwhelmed with anger at my helplessness, at being unable to protect the only person I held dear. You know, I always loved you. I know, she said quietly. Masha smiled again, although her face was trembling and tears were running down her cheeks. And I still love you. I know. I couldn't stand it. I longed to turn away, to close my eyes, but I can't afford weakness. Can't afford weakness at this last minute. I leaned down and kissed her hair and kissed her hard. What is that? What does that mean? Kissed her hard. Okay. Time stood still for us. This cursed pioneer camp, the dark night, all those hell spawned, and even the bloody grasshoppers just ceased to exist. The whole universe ceased to exist. Just two of us were left. Just when I was almost willing to believe that it was all just a bad dream, the woods came alive with rustling. The foliage far away quivered, and a swarm of vague silhouettes emerged from the darkness. I still couldn't make them out, but I was certain that they are the same creatures that we'd seen at the bus stop. My whole body was stricken with dismay. I was afraid to breathe. So, this is how it ends, said Masha quietly and held me tighter. No, this is not the end. Suddenly, I've realized that I will fight for her till the last. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm slurring my words so much at this moment. Suddenly, I realized that I will fight for her till the last drop of my blood, as long as there is a slightest chance of survival. I jumped up, tugged her off the ground, and rushed over to Lena. She was lying, deathly pale, with her eyes open, and she didn't seem to understand what was happening at all. I started shaking her by the shoulders. Get up! There was no reaction. I gave her a few slaps, and she let out a dull moan. Get up, now! As I roused Lena, she stared at me with a spaced out look. Let's run! I grabbed the girls by their hands and rushed aimlessly. The further from them, the better. I was tumbling down, getting up again, helping Lena and Masha to get up too, hewing, what the fuck is that word? Hewing through the dense foliage. Eventually, the noise faded, leaving us with only the quiet chirping of grasshoppers. The light flickered into distance. Okay, so now we're at the old camp. Great. Soon enough, we came out into a small clearing, completely sheltered by the trees. There was a building that somehow looked like a kindergarten. What is that? I stammered. The building of the old camp, Lena said faintly. What the fuck did I just. Mm. It seems that she was slowly coming back to her senses. I stopped, hesitating. Sure, it was quite naive to think that we can find shelter here. It was obvious that we can't be secure anywhere with all this stuff that's happening. On the other hand, we were on the verge of collapsing, especially the girls. I took a few hesitant steps towards the building when the rustling from behind reached my ears. I froze in my tracks, unable to turn around. The rustling was growing louder, and suddenly we heard a diabolical chirping. Oh, what the fuck is that? How? How did. Huh? I forced myself with a superhuman effort and turned around. A crowd was behind me. A crowd of little girls, or rather, a crowd of Ulyanas. They were all exactly the same as that Ulyana I saw this morning, with the same torn face and horribly distorted smile. Ah, and all of them made the same hellish sound, the chirping of grasshoppers, a diabolical noise that chilled my heart. We froze where we stood, unable to take even a single step away. Oh, brother. All of a sudden, one of the Ulyanas came forward from the crowd and pulled the severed head of Router from behind her back. A grimace of horror was permanently frozen on his face. I almost fainted at this and as she started to talk. Hi there, Simeon. How are you doing? Her, her voice felt like a bullet piercing right through my brain. I screamed and fled towards the old camp building, dragging the girls along. I must admit that back then I'd completely stopped thinking of Masha and Lena. Maybe they were also screaming, maybe were shackled by horror, I do not know. The most important thing now is to get as far away as possible from these monsters. We flew into the building and immediately the ground disappeared under our feet and I fell into the darkness. Huh? I awoke in complete darkness. My whole body ached, especially my legs, but somehow I still managed to get up, leaning against the wall. The sound of the Ulyanas was nowhere to be heard, which calmed me down a little bit. I called out in a thin voice, Masha? Lena? I heard a movement nearby and felt someone gripping my leg. I instinctively jumped back, but at the same moment a faint voice came from below. Are we still alive? Seems like it. I helped Masha get up. Suddenly, a bright light fired up a couple of meters away from me. I leaned against the wall, trembling, but immediately realized that it was Lena who had turned on a flashlight. Where did that come from? Where did you get that? Lena came closer, limping. I took it just in case, yesterday. I took the flashlight from her and shone it around. We were in some kind of tunnel. The walls were lined with wires and unlit lamps were hanging from the ceiling. Where are we? I don't know. Looks like some kind of bomb shelter. I looked up and saw a pretty formidable hole, beyond which one could barely make out the hallway of the old camp building. The floor had probably rotten with age, and we fell down here. At first glance, there was no way to climb back. Too high. And there's nothing to grab. So, what is there? Go further? What is there? Go further? Okay, hold on. Some of these sentences don't make any sense, I'm sorry.
I asked, not really expecting an answer. Uh, I don't know, but we have to check. I shone the flashlight ahead of us. I shone the flashlight ahead of us and took a few uncertain steps. My whole body was covered in bruises and scratches, but I could still walk. Ouch! Lena cried out behind me. What is it? I think I sprained my ankle. I was honestly expecting the next line to be something cliched like, leave me behind. I'll only be a burden, but of course she could never say that. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'll be back. I need to check up on my cats. It seems like they're doing mischief again. Hold on a second. Okay. They kind of messed up the corridor. Okay. I honestly was expecting the next line. Okay, we already did that. Okay. Lean on me. I went over to Lena and offered her my shoulder. Soon enough, the stone walls gave way to wooden ones, and we ended up in some sort of mine. Let's have a break, Masha begged. I carefully lowered Lena to the ground and sat down nearby. Well, at least those monsters are nowhere to be seen. But for how long? I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. What do you think is going on here? Masha's voice was trembling, but she still sounded more or less confident. Looks like she's so exhausted and devastated that there's just no strength left to fear. I don't know. And honestly, I don't want to know. But we're gonna get out? Definitely. I couldn't see her face, but I was sure that she was smiling. Suddenly, the flashlight blinked and went out. I hit it with my palm several times. The mine's walls lit up with a dim light once again, and immediately realized that something was wrong. And I immediately realized something was wrong. Lena was nowhere to be found.
Lena's disappeared, I whispered. What? Masha grabbed me by the sleeve and stared at the spot where Lena had been sitting a moment ago. This really is a genocide route at this point. What the fuck? Everyone's dying left and right. How? But how? She started to cry quietly. We will die. We will definitely die. I also very much wanted to burst into tears. Darkness surrounded us all around, closing in. The flashlight was gradually dying, and with it, our chances of survival. Get up. Time to go. The battery will die soon. A couple of minutes later, we came to a fork. What the hell? Is this some kind of labyrinth, too? I hissed under my breath. Let's go back, maybe? No. No way. Masha pressed against me even harder. Where to, then? I don't know. But we had to choose anyway. Then I decided to go right. Soon we came to another fork. Where to now? Let's stick to the direction we chose before. I had been wandering for so long, we had neither strength nor will left to move on. I was so terribly thirsty, I was ready to lick the moisture from off the walls. Let's sit. Just a little bit. We can't. We must keep going. But just a minute. Masha begged in anguish. Fine. She lowered her head onto my shoulder. The flashlight was blinking more and more often, so I decided to turn it off for now, to save the battery. This is it. I don't know how much time passed. I desperately wanted to sleep. My eyes were closing by themselves. How did we first meet? That was such a long way ago. Do you remember? I asked in a whisper. What? Masha's voice was trembling. How we met? Yes. She tried to laugh but immediately began to cough. I will sleep for a while, okay? Just for a while, or you will sleep through the whole day again. Well, but you will wake me up? Of course. I kissed her and closed my eyes. Oblivion was getting closer, but I didn't care. I was transported back in time to that very day. What the fuck is going on in this route? This is insane. My whole body was aching. Perhaps my brain couldn't rest peacefully because it was distracted by thousands of signals from my nerve endings. Somehow, I rose and woke up Masha. After all, we were planning to survive. How long have I been in this mine? Fork after fork, tunnel after tunnel. Masha was whispering something all the time. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. It's like the Bibino money. Two. Left. Left, right, left. Okay. Yeah. It seems that I won't be able to handle even one more turn. But suddenly, the flashlight highlighted a tight passage in the darkness as soon as we found ourselves in an open chamber. Look! Masha was pointing somewhere into the darkness. I flashed the light there and saw a neckerchief lying on the ground. This is not. No. Let's go. At last, we got out of the labyrinth and found ourselves in a small room. We were broken
There were broken bottles all over the floor, pipes stretched along the walls, and at the end of them were rusted valves. A mess of graffiti was scrawled all over the walls. At least it's a change of scenery, I sighed. The flashlight had almost died, and I had to shake it up every 10 seconds to slightly recover the battery. Exhausted, Masha dropped to the floor. We can't stop. I'm sure there is an exit somewhere here. How do you know? I looked at her. She obviously had no energy anymore. Masha was struggling with her exhaustion and could lose consciousness any second. I just know it. I smiled, trying to look encouraging. Well, if so, she leaned against the wall and stood up hardly. Sit here for now. I will see what is further on. No, don't do that. No, 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 no. I'm afraid. I'm afraid as well. Do not stay behind. Masha trembled. I'm not going far. Oh, bitch. She will just get snatched by the whatever fuck is snatching everybody else. You're gonna. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead. Just stay behind here. Sit for a bit. With no light, no anything? Oh, come on. She raised her eyes to me, full of hope, and nodded almost imperceptibly. Okay. Rip. I looked around and noticed a heavy iron door. My attempts to open it came to nothing. It was completely rusted shut. I wish that pipe was here now. But there was no other choice. I braced my leg on the wall and threw all my weight against the handle. My muscles bulged, my forehead was awash with sweat, my vision darkened, but the door didn't budge, just gave off a hollow rattle. It's all right. Wait a second. I shouted over to Masha, gasping for breath. I need to find some kind of stick. I ran over to Masha, bent down, and smiled. There's definitely an exit behind this door. Huh. She looked at me warily. I ran out of the room and began to scour the mine in search of something suitable. Oh, brother. The flashlight was about to die and, having blinked at its last, it finally went over. Oh, brother. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. I panicked and began to blunder around trying to find the way back. Oh! However, I kept running into walls and couldn't remember at all how I got there. Brother. Masha! Masha! I screamed, hoping that she would hear me. Suddenly, a sound came out from behind me. A light appeared, and my shadow appeared on the ground, stretching far off into the darkness. I was rooted to the spot by fear. I heard a seemingly familiar voice. What's wrong, Simeon? Got lost? Oh, brother. I slowly turned around and saw Lena holding a flaming torch in her hand. Her face was disfigured by an inhuman grin. I knew there was something up with you. Oh, here's the art, by the way. Huh? I've come for you. This was the same Lena that I saw at the square last evening. The same as in Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. That was Lena, and at the same time, not Lena. This creature was more like those Ulyanas. I'm coming for you. You, who are you? I squeezed out. It's Lena. Don't you recognize me? She burst into devilish laughter. You completely forgot about me while having fun with them. I words stuck in my throat.
It's all right. There is nobody left now. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Okay. So you did everything. Bingo. Not everything, of course. For a second, her face became guilty, but then she grinned again. Slavia was first. She was always so annoying. She was Mr. Reliability.
Reliability? Okay. That's
Diligent, hardworking, always everywhere, agreeing with everyone. Yuck. Boy, did she scream when I was steering her arms, huh? It's a pity you didn't get to see it all.
Her mouth began to tremble, her saliva dripped out of it, and her eyes rolled up.
And then, Alisa, everybody is annoying me. I don't need anyone. Now she's hanging peacefully alone on a tree. However, it wasn't easy to leave her up there, but it had so much greater effect. How you all screamed, huh? Like pigs in a slaughterhouse. Lena's face was twisted by a grin of sick pleasure. Alright, just that bitch Miku left to deal with, and then it's over.
She produced a giant cleave. Oh, fuck. You see that? She produced a giant cleaver covered with blood from behind her back.
Well, actually,
It seemed to me that she was lost in thought.
I don't know what that crap in the form of Uliana was. Her and the other pioneers weren't killed by me, but does it really matter now?
She shook the torch and it flared out in a second.
Wait here, I'll be quick.
Her devilish laughter came from behind me. That means she went after Masha. I must do something, quickly. But I have absolutely no idea which way to run. The darkness completely disoriented me. Screw it. I ran the way I assumed Lena went. After only a short way, I painfully smashed into a wall. I turned around, trying to move slowly, but I stumbled over another obstacle, fell down, and screamed in pain. Trying to rise, I realized that I couldn't put any weight into my left leg. Seems like I twisted it. I tried to crawl, but it worked out badly. The whole mine floor was covered with sharp stones, rusty nails, and broken boards. After only a short way, my arms were torn to bleeding pieces of meat, and my eyes couldn't be opened because of the dust and sand. I fumbled in my pockets and pulled out the matchbox. I tried to light a match with my shaking hands, but couldn't get them to light. Calm down, I muttered. Last, after the fifth try, the mine was lighted by a dim light. I quickly oriented myself and worked out which way I have to run. It seemed to me that only few seconds passed before I found myself in the room where they left Masha. Hold on a second. Oh, my camera froze again. Hold on a second. I'll change it. Okay. Okay, great. The last match went out, but I had just enough time to see Lena raising her cleaver above Masha. I rushed towards them, screaming, and dived forward. My hand suddenly collided with something. I fell to the ground and began smashing everything around me. Most of my punches didn't hit the mark, but then my hands met something soft. I heard a moan, and dead silence set in. I rolled onto my back and started breathing heavily, inhaling the dry air greedily. Masha? I called. I heard quiet sobs. Are you still alive? Yes, she whispered. Did she get you? No. I began to fumble in the darkness and soon found the torch and a lighter. Shapeless shadows began to dance on the walls, and I saw Lena's body sprawled on the floor. She seemed to be alive. I was going to finish her. Don't. Masha sprawled right over to me and grabbed my leg. But we can't just. You don't need to. Of course, Lena wasn't to blame for everything, but she's the devil incarnate. There's no way we can let a human like her, if she can still be called a human, live. But when I looked at Masha, I realized that I can't. I just can't. I took up the cleaver from the floor and, twisting it in my hands, decided that it would make a perfect crowbar. Going over to the door, I jammed it into the wheel and pulled on it as hard as I could. The door creaked and opened. Fresh air streamed into the room. We're saved. I returned to Masha, helped her to get up, and we left the room, leaving Lena lying unconscious. Beyond the door, there was a short corridor with a ladder at the end of it, which led up to a grating. I climbed up and pulled on it with all my strength. The grating fell down with a crash, and we climbed out. I fell to the grass, exhausted, and looked around. Again, this square. Again, this camp. Fucking cinema. What the fuck is that? For what? Huh? The bright red dawn was breaking in the east, burning the tops of a distant forest. The last stars winked at me, unaware of everything that had happened here in this hell. Masha rested her head on my shoulder and pointed up to the sky with a trembling hand. I wish we were there. Though we got out of this dungeon, nothing is over. Crowds of zombie Ulyanas are wandering through the camp. An insane Lena is lying underneath, and heaven knows how much more devilry we will encounter here. I really want to sleep. I didn't know how to answer her because of I don't I don't know where to run. I don't know where can we be safe. I don't know how to return to our world. Sleep. I patted Masha's head. Listen, this would make a great script for a film. She laughed out loud. I looked at her in horror. Masha was smiling, but her smile wasn't diabolical like that one of Lena's. It was pure, honest, maybe even childish. All her exhaustion had gone away, and her eyes were shining with a cheerful spark. What happened to you? I could hardly speak. Everything is fine. She lay down on my shoulder again. That was the last scene. Huh? What? Hold on a second. Don't tell me. if I if it's gonna end how I think it's gonna end, then I will fucking I will crash something. Suddenly, I felt my strength leaving me. My vision darkened. My consciousness began to float away somewhere. I was lying in silence, and only the sound of Masha's breath could be heard. Not the grasshoppers chirping, like all of them had died at last, but only Masha's steady breathing and her smile. Huh? Huh? I thought the credits will just start rolling. What the fuck is that? I struggled to open my eyes. Bright moonlight reflected on the water, cheerfully skipping on the waves. A light night breeze was blowing, and somewhere far away, an owl was hooting. I looked at Masha, who peacefully slept nearby, covered by my shirt. What a dream. My mobile phone dimly showed the time. 3 a.m. We'd better go to bed, or tomorrow Olga Dmitrievna will make us. I just decided to wake Masha up, but I suddenly noticed an open script and a pen next to her. I quickly went through several pages and was horrified. It was completely identical to what just happened in my dream. Bile rose in my throat and my eyes darkened. Masha rolled over, opened her eyes, and looked at me. You awake? Did you write this? I asked, thick-tongued. Yeah, what's wrong? I didn't know how to answer. I just couldn't understand what was going on. You were sleeping so cutely that I didn't want to wake you. And the grasshoppers were chirping so loudly, so I. She smiled. Wait, but we are here now. I mean, we're not pioneers, we're filming here and all that kind of stuff, aren't we? Yes, of course we are. Masha looked at me uncomprehendingly. Okay. That's a word. Maybe I woke up, read read what she wrote, and then fell asleep again? You're drenched with sweat. She fumbled in the pockets of the pioneer uniform lying next to her and gave me a handkerchief. A typical Russian handkerchief, embroidered with colorful flowers. I took it and suddenly felt a surge of warmth. The same warmth you feel when someone dear to your heart gives you a present. Shall we go? Masha started getting dressed. Yeah, let's go. I barely stood up and went down to the river. Cold water revived me, and that dream stopped seeming so real. After all, it was just a dream, wasn't it? On our way back, Masha held my hand and chattered about everything non-stop. We came to the square. I hope those creatures will let me sleep at least tonight, she said thoughtfully. Who? The grasshoppers. Ah, yeah, that'd be great. Well, I'll go. She looked at me keenly, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait. I grabbed her hand, pulled her towards me, and kissed her hard. Aww. Hold on. I need to pick this up. Okay. Because sometimes a dream is just a dream, and reality is reality. Wow. Um, what is this? I don't. Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has its own outline, synopsis, contents, key points, and a prologue and an epilogue. And there is no book which, if you read it again, would not reveal new details you didn't notice before. Every story has its beginning and its end. Almost every. But not the everlasting summer, baby. We are in this bitch for like 60 more hours. Oh, wow. Brother, that was something. I gotta. Sheesh. I mean, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. I mean, wha- absolute cinema. I don't know what to tell you. I was not expecting all of that. Um, I think just kind of happened. Um, it's almost as if we played a whole different game altogether. Like, I mean, if anything, it could have been just my fever dream because but I don't think that I have such a high temperature. Oh, brother. Yeah, that was something. Um, let me see again. How's this thing called? Okay, Alisa got Miku. What is this? I don't even. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Um, yeah. Let's go a little further. I got a few CGs this time around, which is good. What the fuck is that? Okay, the Miku ending. Not gonna lie, I was expecting something along the lines of Alisa's ending. Maybe not exactly, but you know, um, not something as crazy as whatever this was. Like a dream within a dream within a fucking dream. What's even real at this point? I don't know. Because like there's still an ongoing mystery of whether or not whatever happens in the camp is actually real. Because as we know from the Elisa ending, it doesn't have any sort of correlation with the real world, at least not that we know of. So, yeah. I don't know. This is crazy. I don't know what to think about it. But I mean, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the change of pace because I was kind of, you know, prepared for whatever the regular kind of thing is going to be. whatever. Just, I mean, expecting the kind of romance kind of ending, like with Elisa, like with probably any other girl, except for I don't know which was the other special ending is filter management. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. User scenarios. Oh, there's also a new ending for Elisa, which is like an alternative good ending made by the devs. So we'll probably check it out next time. Didn't want to do it today. So okay, let me just wrap my head around it. I mean, it's this ending is kind of just like a whole separate thing, and in a sense, it doesn't even. I wish we could have just gotten it, like with the click of a button. Okay. Anyway, I guess I don't know what to say. I'm bamboozled, but I'm also kind of happy. With how things turned out. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go now because I need to do stuff now. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for tuning in or watching this after the fact. I really appreciate you being here and enjoying the content. And stay tuned for more things on the channel. It's been Daynon. Take care and have a good day. Пока.